Unknown couple.
Well, we're staying.
Good.
Should be good.
Okay, oh, you already stood. All right, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Stacy, would you call the roll?
Someone's card.
It's a high theft area.
Right, Chair Jones.
Here.
Member Nelson.
Here.
Member Roberts.
Here.
Member Duda. Here. Member Veteran.
Here.
Member Pinsky. Not here. Member Brumwell. Here.
And we have Dave Norton here, Dave Church here,
Yep.
and Greg Bowman will be attending, here at 7:30.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Couple of items. Couple of items before we get started on the agenda. Rav Tom, if anybody's here for Rav Tom, they canceled on us about 3:30 this afternoon, so they're not here today. So if you're here for that, you have a night off. I'd like to approve the March meeting minutes. March 2nd, 9th, and 30th.
I'll make a motion to approve. I did, Hans and I both found a couple of typos, that we submitted to Stacy, nothing significant.
Okay, so if you make the motion with the adjustment to typos.
I second.
All right, so Peter, Hans,
Member Johnson.
all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Chair votes aye. Spirit Circle, just a comment or two. Dan is here, but I just wanted to get started. They asked that we come out and visit the site, so I just wanted to get the board to get a motion from the board to set the site visit.
I make a motion to arrange a site visit for Spirit Circle.
Alina,
I'll second.
Jan, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I,
So we're gonna set that, Dan, Stacy will call you to set it up. We usually like to get 2 or 3 dates and fit it into everybody's schedule. And that's really all we wanted to talk about. I will tell you that we're anxious to get this to the Historical Society. So when you come on the 27th, we're gonna make a motion to refer to the Historical Society. Or Historical Commission, rather. So we want to get that done, so let Caleb know about that, and that's really about it. Just wanted to fill in a few administrative things before the next meeting, so you'll be on the agenda for the 27th.
Sounds great. Thank
Okay,
you. Good. And I'll be in touch.
Of course. Yes.
Thank you all.
okay, thanks. All right, the first item on the formal agenda is a lot line for Beth and David Hilme. And Bill, you're representing them,
Yes,
so talk to us.
so this is located on Route 209, right in the between 209 and Airport Road. It's frontage on both roads. It actually also has frontage on this little Sand Road or whatever that is.
Sand Hill.
Sand Hill Road.
Had some other name last time we talked about it. But there's existing 3 separate tax parcels, and what they're proposing to do is just change the line on the one that has the frontage on Sand Hill Road. To increase the acreage a little bit and just give them a little more room in the area where they'd like to build right up in the corner of that lot. And that would still leave them with over 6 acres on the main parcel. And then they also have another smaller parcel down on Route 209 that they acquired a few years back. And they're proposing to merge that together with the main parcel.
And then the access for that larger parcel is on 209, right?
The main parcel,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay, there's no access on,
there's 2 accesses there. You may be aware there's a little hair salon there, Country Clippers, I think they call
Yes.
it. Nothing sign out there for that. So there's a little entrance into that and then the driveway coming into the house and outbuildings.
okay, so there's no intention of being on Airport Road.
No,
Okay. Does the board have any questions?
Yeah, pinged a couple of things on the mapper. Register historic state and archaeological wetlands, but I don't see anything on there. I don't know why they got pinged on there, but I mean, I'm sort of familiar with that property.
Yeah. I think wetlands, maybe in the
I-
vicinity.
wetlands.
Other side of
It's on the map.
209 or something.
Beach?
It's pinged on the mapper, so. But
Bill, are there any wetlands?
I can imagine how, it's pretty high property here. Maybe if there was something, if there was anything, closest place I can think there might be wetlands would be either on the other side of Route 209, there's kind of gets wet, low and wet there.
Hold it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm sort of familiar with a little bit with that property. It didn't make any sense to me,
Yeah,
but just wanted to mention.
Okay,
Regular store.
anybody
Oh,
else?
yeah, yes, I do have a couple of things. The EAF number 12, we're gonna need sign off from OPRHP because that was a positive hit on the mapper. And then,
Bill, did you hear that?
yeah,
also, it would be good for you to depict Stand Hill Road in its entirety. It's kind of. It's hard to really figure out where it is and then it kind of goes away here. So, and Sand Hill Road is used as an access to the tavern, right?
Tavern.
So if you could just depict that. You just have a couple of lines and it's not reflected in the legend. And that.
I guess what you're talking about is to make it seem more like an actual road.
Yeah, so we see where the road is.
Okay,
Should be on the map.
it's marked, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah, we don't know where it goes, it's not identified, if he wants, he could put the. I think he should put the road on it.
Okay,
yeah. I'm not sure if the version of the map I have is the same as what you have. Mine doesn't actually have that labeled with the road name. I was like, that's odd, so. We can just,
so we have
there.
a later map than you have?
That's possible, because it was just something I had in the file, and I was like, okay, I got one, I don't have to make a copy for it for the
Anyway,
meeting, so.
that was just my little.
All right. And Helena, you said the mapper had a hit on SHPO?
Correct. Item 12.
Do we do those for lot line improvements?
I don't think so, but I'm just
Really
coming through the day. You don't really need it,
Thank-
but you should put the road on the map.
Yeah.
Anybody else? All right, so,
Same way.
Bill, would you make sure next time you come, you have a map that's up to date?
Yeah,
All right. And, Dave, can you do a decision for the 27th?
Escrow,
That's correct.
escrow.
Yep, thank you. And Bill, we need $150 in escrow. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make
Peter
that
makes the motion,
Second.
Jennifer seconds, all in favor?
I,
Bill, 150?
Yep.
Okay, and we'll do the decision on the 27th. Dave will work on the decision. Okay. Thank you for reminding me about escrow. All right, the next item on the agenda is Amy and Alex Lewis. Bill? Do you have anything you want? Add, we have a decision.
I think we're all set, we had the public hearing and had the public hearing again, then closed public hearing, closed again, so. We're all good.
We did seeker, we closed the public hearing. Okay,
Zorian asked me to mention one thing, which was, I believe he said that the culvert was not indicated on the last map. Just had this,
oh,
the culvert,
the culvert that goes
yeah,
across,
so that's, he wanted me to mention that on the final map, if we can include that culvert.
Bill, when we were out doing the site visit, we mentioned like culvert that goes from the wetland
Yeah.
area across the road.
Yeah, I'm not sure which version he was looking at. But,
If it's on there, it's on there. He just mentioned it to me on the way out.
yeah, that was something that was brought up when we went for the site visit, and at one point the culvert was there and it wasn't labeled, it's labeled now, it's on the final plan.
Okay,
The final plan, Bill, being the color coded one?
No, We took that off because it was too difficult to read.
So you're saying that the final map you're gonna give to us has the culvert on it?
Yeah.
Dave? If we approve this tonight, did you include the culvert as a condition?
Yeah.
The
language from you.
Yeah, let's just include
Condition about the culvert.
about the culvert across the road.
Oh, it's not settled.
Huh?
Rick, you got to settle.
It's on that one? How is it more?
It's done.
Peter found it on that one.
Or lack of a
I
need.
mean,
Peter, what do you want the way, the same?
Hang on, hang on.
It's on there, it's on there. Oh, it's on now. Yeah. It's outside.
Oh, it is
That
on
takes
there.
care of it? Yeah.
Right. All right, so we do have the culvert there. Bill, we have the meddlesome issue of the waiver. And you sent us a letter saying you don't see why you have to send us a letter about the waiver. You wanna
Right.
Talk to us about that before we do the decision.
Well, sure. Well, on my soapbox about the section of the code, which I don't have it in front of me to quote, but it clearly states that about no lot in a subdivision will have more than 40% of the lot included prime farmland. Prime farmland. You look at the soil maps, even on the parcel viewer, there are sections of the maps, prime farmland. There's parts that are shown as farmland of statewide importance, and there's prime farmland if drained. The code does not say prime, it doesn't say farmland of statewide importance, it says prime farmland. So this lot doesn't have prime farmland on it, it has prime farmland if drained, which is of course in a wetland. So, which we're.
So you don't want to give us a waiver.
Well, I just wanted, this is something that we kind of first had this issue about it over a year ago when we first dealt with the new code. And at the time, it was like, okay, that lot clearly said prime farmland. Majority of the parcel was prime farmland, but this one doesn't have prime farmland at all. So I was thinking it's something that we need to iron out here if we want to bring it up now.
So let's iron it out for this project. It needs work beyond this project. Professor Church, do you want to opine on this item the way we've handled it in the past?
Well, it came with the new code. I don't know how the decision was made. Because it's affected more than projects and what Bill's represented now too, right? Where you've previously granted waivers. It says prime farmland is defined and mapped by US Department of Agriculture. If you go to the definition of prime farmland, it's about 200 words long and never mentions those soil types. So I went looking around for various sources of maps. As a trained cartographer, you have to understand a map is only good as the poorest source it's based on. So I'm not sure. I looked at the metadata for the Ulster County Parcel Viewer. They seem to rely on a Cornell source, which has a GIS cartography lab. I looked at theirs and they have a long list of by soil type names, what they consider prime. So that's probably as definitive as you get.
So the way that
But there's the three categories. It appears to me it could be interpreted a variety of ways, but it's clear, I think Bill's right. You're pushing the envelope. I would argue the soils of statewide significance do not enter into this realm of being prime farmland soil. However, it looks like the USDA does use the term, there are a variety of soils, by the way, that have limitations. The one unique to Ulster County is the drainage issue, but there are several categories nationwide.
so
Those are prime soils if X. In
so
our case, those are typically included in the USGS, US
So our
Department of
code-
Agriculture definition,
our code talks about prime farmland.
as defined by the Department of Agriculture. That's the definition.
And we've had situations here where we have prime farmland, we have farmland of statewide importance, and then we have prime farmland if it was drained. So we have three different scenarios,
Correct.
right? And our code doesn't say anything one way or the other.
No.
It doesn't include them. We've just been applying those three terms to under prime farmland.
Correct.
So what do you recommend we do? Is accept,
My suggestion is you definitely drop the category soils of statewide significance.
okay. And what do we do with prime farmland if drained?
Well, the conservative approach is you keep it in the prime farmland definition.
All right, anybody have any comments about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fairly common agricultural thing to drain farmland, drain soil if you need to for farming, correct?
Right,
Yes, yeah, some of the richest soils in the region are.
Yeah, that's how it became good.
The Rondon Valley, the
Yeah.
Wallkill Valley in Orange County, are all drained.
okay, so Bill, we're making code as we speak, since the code is a little loosey-goosey. We should go back to the town board along with a whole host of other things and make recommendations.
I mean, to be
Let me
clear,
finish.
okay, sorry.
Let me finish. So I want you to give us a waiver letter. That'll be part of the decision. We'll do the decision tonight, but I need a waiver letter. We just got advice from the expert to say include prime farmland, that's wet, but if drained would be prime farmland, and leave out farmland of statewide importance. So I think that's reasonable right now and what we can work with. So I'm gonna read the decision. If the board is okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna read the decision. I need a waiver letter.
I'll
Long enough to,
give you the letter, just, to cover things here. I could say, well, wait a minute, let me see, what's the percentage of this lot? that
okay,
goes
so then
into the prime farmland?
you want your
drained?
decision?
But, no, I'm just saying, I'll do that, but,
We acknowledge
we're
that,
talking about the prime farmland of drains part, so
we acknowledge that the code is a little kludgy.
may or may not be 40% of the lot, so.
Okay.
but-
Dave, I'm sorry. I'll cut you
Well,
off.
and then ultimately, it's on the list of. This 40% is a conundrum. It's I don't know what the term, let's call it, it's plaguing small subdivisions.
Yeah.
And you've been granting waivers consistently.
Well,
And
Yeah.
it's reached somewhat of a point of absurdity.
Well, what we've done, you're right, what we've done is to use it to get people to be more respectful. In a couple of cases, it's actually not what you would think of as farmland, it's actually treed, but the soils are farmland and that qualifies for prime soils. And so we've convinced the applicants to move their houses closer to the road to preserve what's in the back. So, I mean, that's good, but the code should talk about that,
And the code speaks to the coverage of the total lot.
right? There's no doubt we need to do some work. So you've agreed that you're gonna give us a waiver letter. Dave, when we do the decision, it'll be with whatever adjustments, and that's one of them. You need to redo this.
No, there's a condition in there.
Oh, you did put it in
There's
there.
a waiver.
So you stuck that in last night?
Well, no, it was there.
Okay, I didn't say, okay. Thank you.
It's also, I think it is a conversation that we do need to interface with the town board on, but it's also the consideration of farmland is not necessarily today's world row crops necessarily,
Right.
but also agroforestry, silviculture,
Right.
mushrooms, all that stuff is considered agriculture, and we have that was not something that happened 100 years ago, so.
And you reminded us of that, and
Yeah.
that's absolutely correct. We just need to correct the code and make it easier
Yeah.
to deal with. All right, so Bill or board, anything else?
The only fine point I put on that when you flag it for the board is that prime farmland, if drained, can also be a wetland. And so which portions of like if it is a wetland, it can't be drained, right? That's never
Right,
gonna happen.
right.
So then in those circumstances, does the prime farmland requirement still apply?
Why don't we wait until we work on a definition to give to the town board?
Or I'm just saying that that's an.
It's something we have to think
Code
about.
stuff,
It's a good
so-
point, but as it applies to this project, okay. Don't forget that, though.
Well,
I know you won't. All right, this is a resolution to approve a minor subdivision in the town of Rochester. The applicant is Alex and Amy Lewis. The reason for the request, the applicant proposes a minor 2-lot subdivision for residential purposes. Lot 1 is to be 4¼ acres, lot 2 is to be 5.1 acres. Lot 2 is currently vacant. Location is on Lower Woodfield Road. Total acreage is 9.33 acres. Zoning district A3. There were numerous other referrals made to Orange County County Department of Health, Town of Rochester Highway Department. There's a list here of all the documents that we've received on page 2. There's a whole list of whereases that I'm not going to go through unless, Dave, you tell me I should, that there's something urgent in here to go through, with the exception of on page 3, next to last whereas, it says whereas at their, we need to fill that out to say 4/13 meeting, 4/13/26 meeting. Dave, is there anything else we should mention in the whereases? I don't think so. I'm gonna move forward. General conditions of approval. This approval is conditioned upon the applicant submitting all necessary final copies of the plans, reports and documents to the Town of Rochester Building Inspector. The applicant shall present final plans for signature by the planning board chair, which shall be entitled Plan Showing Subdivision for Lands of Alex Lewis and Amy Lewis, 95 Lower Woodfield Road, and modify as conditioned. This approval is further conditioned upon all other approvals which are currently required, or any which may be determined in the future to be required in conjunction with the construction and or operation of this use being secured or renewed as applicable, and which are needed by operation of federal, state, or local laws and regulations, whether or not noted above in the specific conditions of this resolution, including but not limited to United States Army Corps of Engineers, New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, New York State Department of Transportation, New York State Department of Health, Ulster County Department of Health, Town of Rochester Board, and compliance with New York State Uniform Fire Prevention and Building Code. Should any permit approvals necessitate a change to the approved subdivision, the matter shall be referred to the planning board for consideration. Should any conditions imposed by other agency permits cause conditions to be in conflict, the more restrictive conditions shall prevail. 3, the minor subdivision is approved by the planning board, and it shall be binding upon the applicant and any subsequent owners. Any changes from the approved plan shall require resubmittal and reapproval by the planning board. No deviation from the plans, reports, or other documents that form the basis for this approval are effective unless and until an amendment to this resolution is secured from the planning board in writing. The town may stop work on this project or revoke a building permit and or withhold a certificate of occupancy or seek any other additional relief as authorized by law if any term or condition of this resolution is violated. 4, all fees regarding this application must be paid in full. I'll skip to number 5. Any bonds necessary for performance of the work, and we didn't make any requirements, any bond requirements, so that doesn't apply. 6, the owner's consent block shall be signed and dated by the owners following the date of last revision and prior to the chair signing the plan. Here are the specific conditions of approval. 1, a final subdivision map shall be provided consistent with the maps and other documentation noted above and consistent with all conditions of this approval. 2, all surveyors and engineers' notes on final map submitted must be followed in the field. 3, documentation of all relevant and required and approved Ulster County Health Department permits shall be provided to the planning board chair prior to a signature by the chair of the final subdivision plat. A final subdivision map shall show a 100-foot buffer around any wetland shown on said map. Additionally, all driveway culverts shall be labeled on the map. The planning board hereby grants any waiver necessary for lot 1 exceeding the maximum of 40% coverage of prime farmland soils as per the Town of Rochester Code 125-12B. So Bill, we're assuming that you'll get us that waiver memo in the next day or two.
Okay.
All right. 6, well, both lots 1 and 2 with shared driveway access to Lower Woodfield Road use an existing gravel driveway. Said driveway shall not be paved in the mapped wetland or wetland buffer areas. A road maintenance agreement for said driveway will be filed with the Town of Rochester as acceptable to the planning board prior to the signature of the final plat. So Bill, I'm gonna need an RMA prior to me signing this.
Oh, okay.
All right?
Yeah.
That was always the case, so.
Yeah, I sent one to East Opus. I sent, I
Okay.
sent it here.
You sent ours to Esopus?
No, I just sent one recently. I had to research and send one off to East Opus and I'm like.
Well, we can't sign that. We can. 7, the applicant shall comply with any and all comments from the Town of Rochester Highway Superintendent and the I-Port Fire District and or the Town of Rochester Fire Inspector. The applicant shall present a final subdivision plat for signature. The Town of Rochester Planning Board further grants authority to the chairman to certify that these conditions have been met, at which time the chairman is authorized to sign and date the plat without further resolution by the planning board. This final subdivision approval shall expire 180 days from this approval date. All conditions are satisfied and certified as completed. This period may be extended for 2 additional 90-day periods upon application to and approval by the Town of Rochester Planning Board. The owner shall file for signature and certification, effective approval, sorry. The owner shall file for signature and certification in the office of the Ulster County Clerk, 6 approved paper plats and 1 Mylar plat copy bearing the chairman's signature and any other related documents within 62 days from the date of the chairman's signature, or such approval shall be deemed to expire without further notice in accordance with New York State Town Law, Section 276. The owner shall have the responsibility to return 4 Ulster County Clerk certified copies of this file plat and any other related documents to the planning board within 30 days of such filing. The applicant, upon submitting 4 final maps signed and stamped by the county to the planning board, will also submit a PDF of the final map to the planning board. The draft resolution was prepared by the chairman and or town planner, was read and discussed as needed by the planning board in a public meeting at the time and place of adoption. So I'll entertain a motion to approve with Hans, second by Dave Roberts. Adopted 413 by the following vote. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Chair votes aye, and we have 1 absence. So Bill, you're done. You just have to get me that waiver letter.
Okay,
And you have an RMA that's due also.
yep,
All right. So Stacy, you'll give me something to sign tomorrow.
Yeah. I forgot.
Okay, thanks. All righty. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Pete, for being so agreeable with the waiver request. Hemlock Ventures. Mr. Friedlander?
There's the,
No, this is yours too, right?
yes. Oh.
Okay, the last time that this was here, if the board remembers, we went through, this is a lot line, some of us disagreed that it was a lot line. But we decided we would move forward with it. Assuming that the applicant would be agreeable to putting certain notes on the map. To reflect notes from the larger subdivided property that you're moving the line around to. So, Bill, is this the map that includes all those notes?
Yes.
I see one here for timber rattlesnakes.
Mm-hmm.
I also see a wetlands 100-foot buffer zone. The only thing that I'll note, Bill, is I want to see some sort of a limit of where the house is going to be marked on the map, which gives him some flexibility as to where he puts the house. But I want to see some sort of limit that respects the 100-foot buffer zone, which is very close to the house now. So you got to give me, I guess you could call it a limit of disturbance or a limit of the house for the house, which still gives you flexibility, but respects the 100-foot buffer. That's the only question I have. Oh, and one other comment, I checked the easement. Peter, you brought that up the last time. And they do have rights
Heaven's Way.
to come out onto what is called Citizens Radio Association Road, giving them access, I guess, to Heaven's Way. So the easement that I read does give them those rights. It conveys the rights from the owner that you bought it from to all of the grantees, and you'd be a grantee, they're the grantor. So with the exception of that envelope around the house, that will respect the buffer, but also give you some flexibility as to where you put it. We need to see that. Does anybody have anything else? Go ahead.
because I was not here for the last meeting, but I viewed it and I looked into the timber rattlesnake issue. And the den is about 1.5 miles, so I have the DEC timber rattle guidelines, protocols that we should submit to the applicant.
Okay.
Okay.
more complicated than if you see a snake run.
They're good, they're nice guys.
Oh, yeah, you gave this to me, didn't you?
Well, yeah, but I didn't know if you wanted to look at it and you wanted to hand it to him, whatever you want me to do.
Look, the applicant house.
Thank you. So I could just speak to your request, Mr. Jones, about the setback. I have no problem with that, but the way I see this, it seems like that is in place here because we've got the note about the no build area within 100 feet of the wetlands, and Bill has put that 100-foot buffer from the wetlands onto the map. So I would think, and then plus there's the normal setbacks from whatever the property line is.
We have to have the setbacks on the property line. If the board is okay without putting the limits of disturbance, the people who look at this map, which is not just you, but it's the building department, when you give you permits and when they come out in the field, the easiest thing for them to do is to see the things drawn on the map. Yeah, they read, and they will read, and presumably, but this makes it a lot easier for them. So it's for their ease and convenience.
Okay.
And so we would request that you do that.
Sure.
Okay, appreciate that.
I have a question about the wetlands. Were these wetlands ever delineated or is this just pulled from federal websites? Do we know?
The large wetland, the federal wetland up at, and the main portion of the back end of the large lot, that was.
It was, so the 100-foot buffer is like an
Right.
actual
Yeah.
real.
That was done when the 3-lot subdivision was done up here. This was 3 big lots that were done,
Yeah,
that had all these notes and
so
everything
it's all
on it.
delineated. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Helena, thank you for those. Are you suggesting that note B should be amended to say, and the applicant is required to follow all the regulations?
Oh, or the timber rattlesnake protocols. Or
Okay,
suggested.
so do you want this amended to say that, or are you good with it the way it reads? It talks about,
Attorney sec.
so the question
Where he goes?
go ahead.
We have had, in my day job, I've done construction in
Yeah.
these areas. And we have this, but then you were mentioning referencing the protocols, ours stipulates, if identified on site, like you have to do the silk fence, but then it's also, because there's roads and stuff where there isn't necessarily a silk fence. And I don't have the language in front of me, but it's something along the lines of, if it's found, you have to bring like a habitat, you have to have somebody move it.
Yeah,
If-
well,
if it-
I believe it's all contained in there. It's-
Yeah.
Okay. I guess my question was, Helena brought in the documentation from the New York State in terms of building in areas where there's no rattlesnake dens. Do we need to say something here? It
Oh.
talks about the time frame when work can commence in that area. Do we need to say anything that they must follow the New York State regulations regarding construction in
What's the
building?
regulation?
Yeah, that's
I wouldn't say that, because the den is greater than, I believe, 1.25 miles away. So but they probably use the property, so that's why I provided that, so if I did not read the all 5 pages.
Okay, so you're okay with,
Yeah,
okay. You don't have to.
because it's not the regulations are part 182, that's just timber rattle protocol, so if you see it, make a call, remove it, don't kill it.
Okay. Anybody else? The applicant, anything?
No, just I guess clarity about you'd like to delineate the building envelope, including the town mandated, zoning mandated setbacks. And everything.
The setbacks are assumed.
Right.
The delineation is again for the convenience of the building department to know where the area in which the house can go.
Yeah, just want to make sure that we're getting what you want on here. So you just like would just kind of like to see a shape that's called out.
Bill knows what it is.
Shade all the area that
we're allowed.
Bill knows what it is. He either use dotted line or he shades the area.
Right.
And that's in addition to the setbacks that are given.
Yeah, understood.
Anybody else? All right, so what we'll do, we got the escrow, right? Okay. So what we'll do at the next meeting, Bill, if you get us a map with that one change between now and the next meeting. Dave, can you do an LOI decision for the next meeting? So we'll get it on the agenda for the meeting of the 27th. Assuming that Bill gets us a new map. With just that one change on it.
Sounds good.
And then that's the map that can be used to go to the county, get their stamp and everything else, so you don't have to make more changes to the map if that change is done.
Okay.
We're good?
Yep, yeah,
Okay.
thank you all.
Thank
So
you.
Bill, I'm gonna put you on for this for the 27th. Everybody okay with that? Okay. Thank you, Bill. Are you finished for the night?
I think I am, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for getting my schedule all consecutive.
We'll give you a chance to get yourself together there.
I had a lot of stuff to bring, I was there for a long time.
Thank you, Bill. Dignified dwellings?
Evening, Mr. Chairman.
How are you? Mr.
Well,
Leary?
our client is away, so he's not here.
Okay, so it's just the two of you. Nadine, how are you?
What are you doing?
Good. The public hearing is still open. Is there anybody who wants to speak to this project, Dignified Dwellings? Okay, there being none, let me just tell the board what we're gonna do tonight. We're gonna do seeker. You have in Munich Milan a FEAF that's been done by Planet Church. We also have a resolution that's been done by our attorney. So we're gonna go through that, in summary. And when we're finished with that, we're gonna close the public hearing, which is on process. Given the law, that has been interpreted by our attorney. And then Nadine, just a comment before we get there, just kind of by way of update, and if anybody from the board has questions or comments before we do seeker, please, let yourself be heard. The RMA is done. My understanding, Mr. Leary, is that your client has accepted the RMA with Mr. Church, Mr. Gordon's changes.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Chairman. I had the opportunity to speak with my client by phone this afternoon or this morning before he went away.
Okay.
I reviewed it and we're good with the proposed conditions.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do then, we'll get a new copy. We'll get a clean copy done, and I'll submit that to the town board for their approval. So I don't know whether the rest of the board has had an opportunity to read the RMA.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one note. I think you talked about it with Nadine about meets and bounds and the fun.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, yes, so we've been working with Control Point through this process.
Okay.
We were really waiting until everybody was having lots but after we had that discussion, we had asked them to follow that plan. We do have that, we've reviewed it with them, it meets and bounds for the creation of these. So when we're do our final set, we're going to have a cover page. And we're gonna include the survey of the meets and bounds in our set, so that'll be the final step.
Okay. Okay, all right. So I entertain a motion to approve the RMA as rewritten by our attorney and approved by Mr. Leary. That I can then submit to the town board. Jen makes that motion.
second.
Melina seconds. All in favor of referring this now to the town board?
Right.
Aye. Chair votes aye. So that's one thing. The bond. Again, I think the board has seen the bond. It's quite hefty. Greg Boner, our engineer, has approved it. He said it's fine. Given the amounts and the details, I'm not gonna question them. I don't know that the board has any questions. But Greg has said it's fine with him. So I'll again entertain a motion on the board to refer the bond with an indication of how payment is gonna be made to the town board. And the payment is a number of ways. It can be cash, it could be a actual bond, surety bond, letter of credit. So before I give it to the town board, I need to include, this is how you're gonna pay it.
Yeah, I think, that Jeremy was gonna find out what the town board really would like to see. I think he had two ways of going, whether it was a letter of credit or a construction bond. So, you know, when the town board to approve one of those methods.
So he's gonna talk to the town.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So I'll entertain a motion then to refer the material to the town board, subject to the town informing the applicant what the appropriate way of paying for this bond. The bond was 182,000 some odd change. So it's pretty hefty, but it's reflects what has to be done. So I'll entertain that motion so we can get this part of it moving with the town board.
I'll make that motion.
Peter, Dave Roberts, all in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye on that as well. Nadine and Dan, usually the bond takes a little bit to get for the town board to wrap their head around it and to figure out how it's gonna be paid for, so the sooner you can get to that, or he can get to that, your applicant, the better off.
What meeting they're gonna have to discuss that at? You know, that way he could go to the town board meeting for that discussion.
We'll get this out. I don't know when the next town board meeting is. Stacy, do you know?
Next week, Thursday.
Next Thursday? So I'll certainly get it out to them. What's the deadline for material to get on the agenda, do you know?
I should, but I don't.
Okay, I'll certainly get it out this week. You'll be copied on whatever I send out to them.
Okay.
And then it's sort of in their hands and between the town board and the applicant. All right.
Okay.
And then the only other item that I had, you mentioned the meets and bounds. I actually have two items, so that's good. And then Dan, the HOA, we want to have our attorney just take a look at it,
Yes,
but we can make that a condition of approval.
okay, thank
All
you.
right. So is there anything else the board has before we go into the seeker? Any question? Okay. So if you have the seeker material available to you, you can get to it through the agenda on MuniCollab. Stacy put it up there. You can click on in the agenda portion of MuniCollab and it'll bring up, fingers crossed, it'll bring up the draft seeker environmental assessment form, part 3, and also the resolution. It's long, so what I'm going to do is summarize it. On page 1, what Dave Church wrote up here is indicated the 5 items that were hits on the part 2. 1 was impact on land, 3 was impacts on surface water, 5 impacts on flooding, 7 impacts on plants and animals, and 11 impacts on open space and recreation, and then there were specific subcategories under those items. So we listed those. And then on page 2, we go in to talk about how the applicant has agreed to mitigate those 5 items. And I am going to quickly read through those. It starts in the middle of page 2 with first the redesign of the action. Over the course of 2 years of review, the applicant and town have agreed that the major subdivision proposed will be redesigned. Initially presented as a 4-lot subdivision covering the full site and served by extended private road and driveway systems. The original design, which reversed steep slopes, potential important habitat, possible federally recognized wetlands, and a wetland buffer to create 4 new large lots evenly spread over the existing undeveloped property. Working with town representatives, the applicant prepared alternative designs also reviewed by this planning board. The subdivision is now scaled back to 3 lots that have been relocated to occupy an approximately 1/2 of the subject property, focused into the more southeasterly and central portions of the site. This will substantially reduce the need for any private road and driveway land disturbance. This redesign has also shifted proposed development off of the majority of steep slopes, away from potentially federally recognized wetlands, away from habitat areas of concern, and minimize disturbance of the town required wetland buffer area. The redesign will also restrict paved areas as defined by Town of Rochester zoning code from the small area expected to traverse the town quiet wetland buffer near the Rose Hill Road access point. Second, avoidance of disturbance in the northwest portion of the site. The planning board finds that there is significant need for avoidance of any activity or land disturbance to the northwest of the subject site in or near what is called the Vly Brook and Pacoma Vly wetland habitat areas, also known as the Great Pacoma Vly. This important natural habitat area, shared with the adjoining towns of Olive and Marbletown, has been documented in the 2018 Town of Rochester Natural Heritage Plan and other supporting references. The Vly Brook is a Class A stream with documented trout. The Vly area surrounding the brook corridor hosts a unique and highly sensitive habitat of hemlock, northern hardwood swamp, and red maple, tamarack, peat swamp that is likely to include a variety of protected species, including known presence of the Appalachian shoestring fern. The project redesign has now shifted all development and land disturbance out of and well away from these ecologically significant areas. Additionally, the applicant has agreed to reclaim and revegetate a strip of land just east of these areas that had been disturbed from a previously constructed forest road. Third, a conservation easement on key lands. The applicant has voluntarily agreed to designate all of the northwestern portions of the subject area as a conservation area. The conservation area has been defined on subdivision maps provided that include 11 noted specific restrictions on land activities and that include field markers. The applicant will also work with the town to voluntarily place a conservation easement to protect this conservation area and the sensitive lands that define important open space and habitat portions of a subject site. So those are the findings, better known as the part 3. Anybody have any comments? We good? Dave Gordon, do we need to vote on this, or can we wait until we do the resolution, which in effect includes the part 3 in the resolution?
If that is incorporated by reference in the resolution, we don't need to vote on it separately. Unless there's some controversy or question about it, in which case we should discuss it and vote on it. But if there's no objection to it, it's part of the declaration of significance.
Okay, so I don't see any reference to the part 3 in the
No, the
resolution.
question is in the declaration of,
In the part, in the resolution, I don't see any reference.
It is in there.
Should have been. Did I miss it?
yeah. The first resolve, the board adopts
Thank you.
the part 3.
Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to read this, resolution, for a seeker negative declaration, Town of Rochester Planning Board, April 13th, 2026. Seeker classification is unlisted. This declaration of non-significance was issued pursuant to section 617-7A of the State Environmental Quality Review Act regulations. Whereas Dignified Dwellings has applied to the Town of Rochester Planning Board for subdivision approval of a proposed major subdivision that originally consisted of 4 lots at 174 Rose Hill Road, Town of Rochester. And whereas the applicant submitted part 1 of a full environmental assessment form and other relevant information, and whereas the board circulated a notice of intent to be seeker lead agency and subsequently became lead agency, having received no objections or comments, and whereas the board conducted numerous public hearings during which the applicant appeared and presented the project to the board and its consultants, and whereas during the course of the meetings and project review, the applicant has proposed to reduce the subdivision to 3 lots with attendant reconfiguration and reduction in prospective environmental impact, and whereas the board has held a public hearing in the course of which the public had the right to submit written comments to the project on the project to the board, and whereas the project is an unlisted action under seeker regulations, and whereas the board has reviewed the application and its supporting materials and comments from the public, received input from its consultants, completed parts 2 and 3 of the FEAF, and reviewed the requirements of seeker and other information on the record with respects to the project. Now therefore be it resolved that the board hereby adopts the detailed analyses and findings in the FEAF Part 3, annexed hereto, and made a part hereof, And be it further resolved that the board as seeker lead agency determines pursuant to 617(7) of the seeker regulations that the project will not cause significant adverse environmental impact, and that therefore the preparation of a draft environmental impact statement will not be required for the project, and be it further resolved that the public hearing on this application, which has been continued to the date hereof, shall be further continued to afford the public the opportunity to comment on any remaining issues relating to subdivision approval for this project. And what that means is that when we approve this, I'll ask again if there's anybody here to comment on the project, and then we'll close the public hearing. So I'll entertain a motion approving this resolution. Unless anybody has any questions or comments about.
I'll make a motion.
Hans,
I second.
Peter makes the motion.
Yeah.
Hans seconds, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Chair votes yes. Okay, pursuant to the relevant court cases, yada, 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 et cetera, et cetera. Want to acknowledge if anybody has any comments from the public on the project. In the context of the public hearing, there being none, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Jen makes the motion. Second, Dave, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Chair votes yes, so the public hearing is closed. And we'll have a decision for you. Dave Church, you're okay with the 27th?
Mhm.
Okay, so we'll have a decision for you on the 27th.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Okay.
Long time coming.
What's that?
Okay, public hearing for, Verizon, list.
You know who seconded closing the public hearing?
Who seconded?
Hans.
Hans. Okay, so this is a continuation of the public hearing on, Verizon. We okay? Okay, cool. This is a continuation of the public hearing on Verizon. Hey, Greg, would you mind gathering the, is anybody who signed in? And welcome. Okay, so I'm going to go through the names here, those who wish to speak. I'd like people to keep their comments down to 5 minutes. And so the first comment is from Julia Walsh. Ms. Walsh.
Hi, I just want to take a moment to reintroduce myself to the board again as a landowner in the Center of Rochester for over 20 years and a resident and a homeowner for the past 7 years. I've also had a long, extensive history as a local elected official of the village of New Falls for 4 years, including as a liaison with planning and zoning boards. And as an environmental advocate for 25 years. I'm also the founder and executive director of a statewide environmental organization called Frack Action. I was one of the leaders in banning fracking here in New York, in which we banned fracking using Seeker's no action alternative. So I just wanted to say all that, given my experience and as a resident, I hope you'll take into consideration what I have to say. When I've been advised by my counsel, John Barone, who I've retained on the part of the new community group, Stop the Shawano Bridge Cell Tower, that you'll be hearing more in the next 30 days. First off, while I can appreciate that your attempt to consider what the public has had to say about the impact the cell tower will have to the aesthetic and community character of the town by trying to lower the tower from 145 to 125 feet. In part 3, it is incorrect to say that quote is not expected to have a significant adverse visual impact. At 125 or 145, this cell tower will have a significant impact on the aesthetic. And for that reason alone, given that our view shed is an economic driver for the businesses and real estate of the town, plus a 125 foot will still impact the Chewonga Scenic Byway.
If the board votes tonight on this conditional negative declaration, then you should also have a polling test conducted at 125 for the taxpayers and the impacts to our world-class view shed before a final vote. Further, it is my understanding that under federal law, if the cell tower is approved, then the ability of Verizon to get a 25 or 30-foot increase to the tower is legally required if they determine to do so. And any written or verbal assurance that this is not what Verizon wants to do will not hold up in court. If this is true, then your 120-foot mitigation is in effect null and void from the start. In part 2, section 11, open space and recreation is incorrectly marked no. This is problematic at best. Preservation of open space and recreation was a major referendum in the town this year, and establishing the fund was approved overwhelmingly. A massive cell tower that will impact our view shed for the rest of our lives and our children's will require you to vote. Answer yes to this section. Part 2, section 18, consistency with community character items, subpart B, interfering with the use or enjoyment of officially recognized public resources marked no or small. Again, the tower will impact tourism, the scenic byway, Minnewaska State Park views, and should be marked plus. Yes. Lastly, I want to respectfully respond to what lawyer Dave Gordon said in the last meeting in his response, which seems to be a point to the concept that the board is legally bound by federal law to approve the cell tower or lose to Verizon in court. This threat of a lawsuit is something that Verizon's corporate lawyer said in almost every meeting I've attended, sometimes in a veiled threat or in a more overt way, simply telling you will lose in court on need. Just like to quickly state on the issue of need, many of the residents do not believe that this is true, given the fact that Verizon itself, under the crime of perjury, told the FCC that has 100% coverage in its current target area, other than 4 homes on Stony Hill Road, which are behind the Stone Rock Ledge. And this has been information published by the National Broadband Map that's on the FCC website, and which expert reports by Michelle Hertz and Larry Friedman submitted to you. We are a home rule state. We're one of the few in the country that actually gives significant authority to town boards, planning boards, and zoning agencies. I know this very well after assisting hundreds of municipalities across the state, including our then Republican town of Rochester Supervisor Carl Tripman, and passing bans and moratoriums on fracking. While Council Gordon says it's his job not to get the town into a lawsuit, I want to disagree. That it is your job as lawyer being paid for by taxpayer money, and all of your jobs as volunteers planning on this planning board to conduct a thorough secret review that is accurate and to follow the law of our town code. To this end, this project, for the reasons stated, is a positive declaration, not a conditional negative declaration. In closing, I've been quite disappointed to see the board seemingly been going through the motions, the foregone conclusion that this is a done deal and that your hands are tied. That no one on this board or anyone in this community actually wants this cell tower, and yet you're being forced to approve it in fear of that Verizon will sue. In the same spirit of Gordon's remarks last week, that we are living in a moment in history where we must follow the law and fight for the principle of rule of law, I'd like to ask you to not support a multi-billion-dollar industry that doesn't care about our community. They ask you to stand for the rule of law and the vital importance of our State Environmental Quality Review Act, give us a positive declaration, and require a full environmental impact assessment. I'll be sending the board another 100 signatures from people who signed our petition that I read last week when I submitted 100 signatures last week. And to close, recently, the town of Yorktown Heights Planning Board rejected a Verizon cell tower and told them they had to find an alternative location. Planning Board of Rochester can and must do the same. Thank you.
Our attorney has chosen to respond to those comments, so we'll go allow him to do that.
I just want to make 2 comments very quickly, and only very specifically on comments that were attributed as quotes to me. And I want to respond to both of them, because neither one is correct. First, I did not say that we would lose to Verizon, that the board would lose to Verizon in court unless we approve the project. I was speaking very, very specifically about the proposal from certain commenters that we essentially take out all of our visual impact review and start from square one, and the timeframe that would cause. And I spoke very specifically about that particular issue with respect to the shot clock, not not the substantive issue as to the tower itself. Secondly, I actually said the opposite in terms of that, whether we would be getting into a lawsuit. I said, actually, what I'm trying to do is to follow the law as it was written. And I spoke to the specific provisions of law that we were trying to follow. And that even though I said it's my job to keep the board out of a lawsuit, that's not why I'm making these decisions. To the extent I could make decisions at all, but my legal decisions are based on trying to follow the law. And I mentioned the law that we were trying to follow, and in particular, I think in that case, I was talking about the shot clock. So just to be clear on the points that, and again, if you had you're entitled to your own interpretation of the law, and you've got lawyers, and that's fine. But when you attribute it to me, I want to be clear as what happened.
Okay, thank you. Next person, Ramsey Adams.
Hello. My name is Ramsey Adams. I'm the founder and executive director of Catskill Mountain Keeper. And I'm also joined here tonight with a board member of Catskill Mountain Keeper, John Pratt. Catskill Mountain Keeper's mission is to protect the Catskill region. We do that by supporting policies and strategies that safeguard the natural environment and promote sustainable, resilient, and just communities. We have members in the town of Rochester and throughout Ulster County and the Catskill region. We are very concerned about the lasting harm of the proposed Verizon cell tower and will adversely impact a world-class viewshed from the Shawangunk Mountain Scenic Byway that millions of people visit every year and enjoy. We are here tonight to ask the planning board to vote for a positive declaration under the State Environmental Quality Review Act. We believe the proposed Verizon cell tower will adversely impact the viewshed, and that under SECRA, such an adverse impact to the aesthetic of community warrants a positive declaration and a full environmental impact assessment. Furthermore, if the majority of the board intends to vote for a conditional negative declaration for the cell tower at the 125 feet, that a balloon test be conducted before a vote. We ask that you please vote for a positive declaration. Thank you. I think it's a really incumbent upon this board to just follow the law here. I mean, this is what the seeker is for. And I think it's really an easy decision for you all to make tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Ira Stern.
Thank you. Ira Stern. I live in the town of Rochester, and I wanted to speak specifically to the draft resolution and the draft determination that was uploaded in the last couple of days. On the draft resolution regarding number 5, you specifically mentioned the density issues that have been raised for the last few months, yet those issues are neither detailed nor are they addressed. The issue of dwelling units per acre is a standard topic of consideration for the planning board and other matters, and still not really sure why the conversation hasn't come up in this matter. And also, as mentioned previously, and section 140-26H requires that any new multifamily projects in allowable zones need to set aside 50% of the parcel for open space. I realize that's in the new code, and the apartment building was built under previous codes or no codes, perhaps. While this is not a new multifamily project, it is on the same parcel as the proposed cell tower. And I feel the existing residents should enjoy the same planning values as the next residents of a new multifamily building dwelling in the town would be afforded. The planning board has also been urged to confer with code enforcement office for clarification and interpretation of the one sentence determination. But as far as I know, and I was there this morning, the planning board has not approached the code enforcement office. And instead you have referred the community to the code enforcement officer. So I did take your advice. I went over there to kind of explore what the determination may have meant. And as you know, there's a new code enforcement officer. The other person is not there. But they did say that they are available at any time to discuss any determinations that code enforcement office makes, including one done previous to the current code enforcement officer. And one thing that I did learn in the conversation was that the former code enforcement officer considered the cell tower to be an accessory use. That may explain the one sentence determination. But looking up accessory use is defined by the zoning code as a use incidental, related, appropriate, and clearly subordinate to the main use of a lot or building, which does not alter the principal use of the subject lot or affect other properties in the district. So while I appreciate you including zoning concerns in the resolution, you're implying that it's important, but the language is very dismissive of the planning board's ability to act or even ask for clarification of this matter. And even though you mention it, you don't really offer any mitigation for the zoning issues that were identified. So I just wanted to speak specifically to that point in the draft resolution. And on the draft determination, regarding number 11, impact on open space, that was given a no for impact, as was just mentioned. But there is this open space set aside in the zoning code. So the apartment residents currently have open space. And after this draft decision, should you adopt it the way it has been drafted, they would have a mega tower on a 50 by 50 foot concrete slab instead. So I urge you to reconsider number 11 and change that to yes, impact to open space. And then number 18, community character is also mentioned, and you cite many documents, including a reference to the town's zoning code. But the zoning code offers more guidance to the planning board here than your draft determination states, because the character of that parcel is such that there are 2 apartment buildings on one half of the property and open space, pretty much forest, on the other part of the property. So the consideration of a special use permit would acknowledge the intent of the zoning code towards multifamily buildings and community character. The character of this neighborhood will not be found in a document. It won't be described anywhere. It's really up to you as our planners to determine that by your own observation. So it's apartment buildings and open space right now. And anything that displaces the existing open space should be considered a significant impact to community character. And finally, as you may know, the ZBA has scheduled its first public hearing on this matter for this Thursday, which is pretty confusing to all of us. But wouldn't it make more sense to let that process start as objectively as possible before issuing any resolutions or draft determinations before they have a chance to consider the application that's before them? So I urge you to reconsider these draft documents in light of the zoning issues that you mentioned in there, the upcoming ZBA deliberations, and to also meet with the code enforcement officer to get further clarification. As always, your time is appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Alice. Michelle Hurts,
I'll skip it.
I can hear you.
I will skip it.
Thank you. Toby Stover,
Evening. I'm not gonna be something scientific, but that was very wonderful to hear that science. I'm gonna be passionate. So first of all, I want to read something to you that came from my sister who lives next door, who could not be here tonight. Okay, so number 1, there is no law that says we must approve a 4th unnecessary cell tower in our town. 2, this is not from her, it's not from me, it's from her. You're not here to rubber stamp every Verizon request. 3, listen to the community and protect us, not them. Now, having said that from her, I just wanted to make some comments. At the last meeting, I did hear Dave Gordon speak and explain to us about let's see.
that he had to follow the law,
That we would.
that he had to follow the law, that he must follow the law. And we were wondering, what law are you referring to? And you did say it's the shot clock.
Yep.
Okay. But the board made a negative determination based on what we believe to be false evidence from so-called experts who should have been disqualified, and now you're out of time. And then we wonder, why have countless public hearings and waste our time and your time? We're here and you're gonna do what you're gonna do. Also, this is important. We never got proof that the fourth cell tower was needed. And we gave you the statement from Verizon themselves, which said that there was full coverage in this area. So why are we doing this? We have full coverage. So what is it about? My dad had a saying. My mind's made up, please don't confuse me with facts. And here's a fact. You say you are, but you aren't listening to us. We don't know why. It feels like you're protecting yourselves. To us. We've given you plenty of ammunition other than health. For denying the cell tower. But in your spare time, which you probably don't have much. I suggest you do some independent research on your own about the infant mortality rates living near cell towers. Because we have, and you can't, but there's so many other reasons not to have this. This is a huge mistake that is going to cost our town a lot in many ways that are much more important than money. So I'm gonna say it again. Please deny and please do what these people are saying. Thank you.
Jerry Weintraub,
Hi,
hi.
so, I am an eye doctor. And I've been an eye doctor for 40 years. And the reason that I'm successful at it, if I believe that I am successful, is that I interpret each of my patients as if it was happening to me. So when a person comes to me with whatever problem, I say to myself, well, what would I do if this was me or this was my family member? So my first question to you guys is, how many of you live near this cell tower? Anybody?
Can't ask.
Okay,
Keep
oh, I
going,
can't
Joe.
ask, okay. So if what Toby said is true, I live near this cell tower. I actually live right on the other side of the Stony Hill River, which is shared by Hudson, the Hudson Valley Resort. And my granddaughter lives on my property, and she's 1.5 years old. And so when I end up heading on out into the pasture, hopefully she'll continue to live there. And what if, now you may, look, I don't know if the infant mortality rate is higher in cell towers. It's been proven over and over, but do I say definitively that I know that? I don't know that. But what if even remotely that's true? If remotely that's true, then that's something that's going to affect my granddaughter. And I lived for the first 55 years of my life in Brooklyn. And I moved here in 2008 when I lived here full time. And when I lived in Brooklyn, the number of people who cared about the person next door, you could count on one fist, let alone one hand. And when I moved here, everybody cared about the person who lives next door. And it seems to me, like, if you just think about it, especially in this society that we live in, Verizon, what are the chances that Verizon is thinking about me? I mean, just honestly, I mean, this guy seems like a nice guy, but what are the chances that Verizon was thinking, wow, you know, if I put up that cell tower, it might affect Jerry's granddaughter, you know, I better think about that again. The chances are Verizon isn't thinking about that. Okay? But what makes Rochester unique, or the Hudson Valley unique, is that everybody thinks about the person who lives next door. And the people who live where this cell tower is being built are poor. So poor people don't get listened to as often as people of money. As I can tell you, if all you have to do is drive down Stony Hill Road, and good old Stony Hill Road, which has double wides, which has you know, it has a trailer parks and has $1 million homes. $1 million homes, you know? So those people who don't even live here, the chances of them coming to this meeting is unlikely. But but just the average person comes to this meeting because the average person is thinking about the person who lives next door. And I don't know who's on this planning board, I don't know who you guys are. But the chances are you didn't join this planning board because you lived here for 6 months. I would bet you that the majority of you have been living here for either your lifetime or a big chunk of it. So what we need to do is we need to think about the person who lives next door. And our Verizon people, they couldn't care less about us. Let's face it, they couldn't care less about us. They care about getting this thing up. They don't know, you go to whoever the president of Verizon is, the chances that he knows what Rochester is, it's pretty unlikely. Okay, and if he doesn't get this cell tower, he's gonna move right to the next place. Because they're billionaires, they have so much money, it doesn't matter to them. And if my granddaughter becomes ill, it won't matter to them either. And that's what I think we need to think about more. And not you're bad, I'm good, forget all that shit, okay? You know, it's just that we have to think about everybody. And we have to think about not whether it just affects me, but how does it impact other people? And those other people who are neighbors who we care deeply about. That's it.
Thank you, Jerry. Okay, is there anybody else who wants to speak? Larry?
Yes. Thank you, Chair Jones. I didn't sign the list, I wasn't planning to speak tonight, but I find this invocation of the shot clock to be really audacious and outrageous. And I asked Mr. Gordon last week whether he had ever heard of the chutzpah exception to the shot clock, and he laughed, which I appreciated. It would be absolutely audacious, so audacious, for Verizon to invoke the shot clock when they knew damn well about their relationship with Mr. Allen. I accept and I appreciate Mr. Olson's representation at the last meeting that he did not know that Verizon had a relationship with Mr. Allen, but the applicant is Verizon. It's not Mr. Olson. And there is just no doubt whatsoever that Verizon, as the company that hired Mr. Allen, both directly and indirectly, knew about their extensive relationship with Mr. Allen. And our contention, as you know, we wrote you a follow-up letter on April 7. Our contention is that creates a conflict of interest, at a minimum, an appearance of impropriety, such that the board should consult with a truly independent expert. We asked a lot of questions in that letter about how you vetted Mr. Allen and how you knew that Mr. Allen didn't have a conflict of interest. We haven't heard any response. I believe the facts speak for themselves. He says he says in his CV, he's worked on over 70 applications of Homeland Towers, which 85% of those towers are Verizon towers. And we also found out that contrary to what we understand Mr. Allen represented to Chair Jones, he did work directly for Verizon on 2 towers in the town of Bedford, New York, much later, much closer in time to his engagement here than what he told Chair Jones. But the bottom line is, Verizon knew about that relationship, and the notion that Verizon would now invoke the shot clock. And the notion that a court would endorse that invocation of the shot clock when Verizon breached its duty of candor to this board and did not disclose the extent, the degree, the duration of their relationship with Mr. Allen. It was incumbent upon us expending considerable time and expending considerable legal fees to unearth the facts. And now, at a late date in this process, but nonetheless, we have come up with the facts showing that Mr. Allen had a much more extensive relationship, has had a much more extensive relationship than this board was told. And for the board, frankly, to tell us that it fears that if they do the right thing now and consult with a properly vetted independent expert, it fears that it will be sued for a violation of the shot clock rules and that the board will suffer a defeat in the court is really too much to take. Again, they breached their duty of candor to this board. They sat here for a year and didn't say a word to the board about the extensive relationship between Mr. Allen and Verizon. And the notion that this board should be intimidated against doing what is right because of the shot clock that they would have to invoke, I'm sorry, it's just too much to bear. The audacity would be stunning, and judges aren't stupid. Judges would not uphold an invocation of the shot clock under those circumstances. So again, in conclusion, I ask the board to do the right thing. Now that it has learned facts about Mr. Allen that the board was not previously aware of, and given what I think is a clear conflict of interest, but at least creates the appearance of impropriety, the board should take a little bit more time. Again, sorry it's late, but it's their fault. They didn't tell us the truth. The board should take a little bit of additional time, consult with a truly independent expert, and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Yes. Your name, please?
My name is Bob Lesnow, live in the town of Rochester, here in Ford. Again, I just want to say that I've been here over quite a number of planning board meetings. I've listened to very well reasoned objections by residents of the town. We know that beyond this, core group of people who come routinely to oppose the process, to oppose the outcome of having a cell tower in our town. In line with Julia's effort to obtain many other signatures opposing the erection of the cell tower in this particular way, I would say it would be a very good faith gesture to the town, to the community, to those who live here, who are very concerned about the outcome and the potential damage that the Verizon tower would have. It would be a very good, a good faith gesture to declare a positive CEQA declaration, calling for a full environmental impact statement before going forward with any other decision making that would allow the approval process to go forward. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Anybody else? Go ahead. Your name, please.
My name is Matthew Riddick, town of Rochester. I want to push back on a couple of things that were said. It was asserted that nobody supports this project. Not true. I'm somebody who supports the project. Look, I got no love for corporate America. I got no love for the Verizon Corporation. I got no love for these faceless corporate overpaid whatevers. But if corporate America is going to show up in our community and invest in infrastructure that we sorely need, I hope this board, working with the community, can get to yes somehow, some way. I'm not getting into all the details and all the nuts and bolts. But this is infrastructure that this town needs. Maybe it was said that it's like not necessary. We already have enough signal coverage. That may be true today. Going forward, we know all our devices suck up more and more bandwidth every year when they put out a new one. So I believe, the people that build this infrastructure, provide this infrastructure are looking to that future, maybe overbuild now to be prepared for what's coming. If we're really concerned about, for instance, health effects, in terms of 5G, we know that's some doubt about that. There's some studies both ways. If we're really concerned about health effects, we should talk about things like diesel burning school buses, which we'll get to in a bit. But it's not the case that the whole community owes the project. People I talk to, people I know, my wife, my family, we support this project. We need infrastructure. This is a public safety issue for our first responders, for ourselves. When we need to call for help, we want to know there's signal there. We live in a day and age where we expect to be able to pick up the phone and call for help when we need it. We know that there are areas in this town where that's not the case. So to the extent we can get that infrastructure built out at no cost to us, by the way, we need to do so. So I hope the board can work with the community, work with the applicant and get to yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is somebody say something?
Can I speak?
You want to speak?
Yes.
Yes, may I have your name?
Yeah, my name is Deborah Medetsky. I live on Stony Kill Road, town of Rochester for 15 years. And I just want to say, I don't know this gentleman here or how many people that live a half a mile from this proposed cell tower, like myself and my family, would feel the same way if they were living within that range of distance. But no one I know in our area on all of Stony Kill or anybody I've talked to or anybody that is in this community that we have been in part of for many years are for this. So if there's one or two people that are for it, I'm not really sure why, but I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be living as close to it as we are. We have, in my opinion, I am not going to state a whole lot of facts about all of the things that have already been said, but I do want to say that this land that we live on is sacred land. That was stolen. And as the descendants of these people that took over this land.
Would you close the door? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take those confirmation. I believe that we have a responsibility to protect this land, and we cannot do this. Only the members of the planning board have the ability to do this. And as representatives of the majority of the people that are around here that do not want this, I think that all the things that everybody has said needs to be listened to. I think that we need to really take all of the precautions, all of the things, take everything into consideration. I know a lot of people, like some people have said, are not feeling really listened to. And I just want to ask the board to just take that all into consideration, that we are protecting this land for the future generations, not just for us and what is the good of what's happening right now. I live where I live is all the way back along the Stony Kill, and we have completely fine service there. I don't know anybody that has like no service anywhere around there. I don't know what this need is. So I just wanted to say that and just bring my voice out here and say that as a member of this community, we're just asking for the planning board to take the time to really take everything into consideration and be our voice, because you are all that we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just would like to say one thing. I'm sitting here watching members of the board who will not look at anyone who's speaking. And to me, that just says you're not listening. I've been watching you and you're not listening. And we are the people in this town. You're supposed to represent us, but you're not listening. And I don't think this gentleman lives anywhere near Granite Road. So
I find that comment a rude comment on behalf of the board.
I've watched. And I don't see, I
They
see
have
very few
ears.
people, I see very few people
I've been
looking.
looking at you and we all have ears, so thank you, Michelle.
And I don't think what I said is rude, it's true.
I do.
Whatever.
Okay, so I'm gonna adjourn the public hearing for tonight.
We're not gonna close it.
No, we're not gonna close it. And the reason for it,
Why can't you close it?
Because if we pass the C and D, we have to continue it next month.
You have a public comment period, it's required. You can open up the public hearing next month. For that.
In general, seeker public comment periods in general, public hearing. I've never seen a seeker comment period at a local level that didn't have a public hearing associated with it. So we're gonna have a comment period, we're gonna have a public hearing.
And you limit it because we keep hearing the same thing over and over again. Then
So-
Sorry to bore you.
oh, Scott,
Yeah, sorry.
So it's
Scott.
and I want to say, no, but I don't know this. You keep hearing these comments about your job is to protect the residents, not true. Your job is to unbiasedly apply the law. I know you all know that, and I guess my bad character can't just help from saying it, because it's just not true. I hear it every time. You gotta protect us, you gotta do what we say, because we come and tell you this. You have to apply the law fairly and reasonably.
Fairly.
And to Ms. Walsh's statement that at each meeting here, I've threatened the board, completely not true.
Yes.
Completely not true. I wish I did, well, exactly. I sit here,
all right, Scott,
you know,
don't you're not
I know.
addressing the,
I know I shouldn't bring myself down to.
and I'm gonna shorten, I'm gonna ask you to, are you finished?
Yes, other than we reject every single comment that was raised tonight.
So noted for the record. So we're gonna adjourn the public hearing. We've gone through this a couple of times. I've gone through it a couple of times with our attorney. And I think the more appropriate way of handling it, since we had planned on having a public hearing at the end of the 30-day commentary period. So what's the difference between adjourning this and just extending it to that period of time rather than closing this public hearing and having quote unquote a secret public hearing, which doesn't exist in the law? So we're just going to adjourn tonight and we won't have another public hearing at the earliest until early June, when we have on the 30-day period is over and we make our decision one way or the other. So that's what I've been advised by our attorney to do, and I think it's rational to do it that way. So that's what we're going to do.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to adjourn the public hearing, not close it. We're going to adjourn it. And what we are going to do, so what we're going to do now is transition to talk about another project so they can have their time in the saddle, so to speak. It'll be the first student group. Then we're going to come back and discuss Verizon, and we'll be going through discussing the FEAF Part 3, and we'll be making the decision through a resolution, one way or the other, for the board to either accept or not accept that Part 3. So I would suspect we're going to be with the folks from First Student probably for the next half hour to 45 minutes.
Okay.
So we're not going to get back to Verizon until that 9 o'clock.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you. Oh, and by the way, I should have mentioned this earlier. Pine Grove, anybody who's here for Pine Grove, they bailed from this meeting somewhere around 3:30. So we didn't have enough time to notice that in the town website. Okay. What I'd like to do is just take a 5-minute, come on up, take a 5-minute break with one of the board, and then we'll come back.
Over my own.
Yes.
It's your meeting.
I gotta talk.
But you know.
Yeah. We're not.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. You know, you put down what you're doing. Anyway. So.
Okay, so. Yeah.
She did not fall in.
See, this is where.
We're gonna go easy on her. That's not gonna be as bad.
Please, I get paid such.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
If you read
It's kind of,
You could be as,
I'm always on this side. I'm kind of glad I'm on that
be as
side.
honest as you want, to get out of order, I'll take.
I appreciate having us.
Oh, my God.
We got the whole squad here.
I'm running for this. I too am running
It's good
in
to see you,
2028.
Good to see you again, Ray.
How are you? When'd you fly in?
This morning, flew up from Newark, so.
We're just saying, last time we were in this room, you had the whole crew making breakfast over there.
A little discouraged, not. I had to go.
I'm right.
Really? Is he got his Dave out there? He shouldn't be out there. He should go get it. Get the hell in here. We're ready to start. It's bullshit.
Rick?
Did I say that?
No, you sneezed. Anyway. And then you know, so. I did, and. Yeah, we. Dave. Doesn't see it.
You don't, okay.
I mean, we'll double check it again, but I think, you know, they're.
We can do that decision tonight, so I will. Because I had a cooler on.
It was in reflective.
Because. We mentioned it, right? I need some word. They have just like there.
Right, but we had asked her in the last meeting.
Have a specific.
Yeah, it's just put a little spot.
Yeah, and I'll make sure it's on it. I'll fill it in. But it had a cool around all this, so now you didn't put anything.
You know, and the reason we're stickling, normally using to make a bit, but it was they should let the trust and they went, did it, but they put in that road and, you know.
Look at all the names that got on the petition.
I was.
Fucking track was taken out of that. song.
He's done.
What they should do.
All right, thank you.
Well, he gets it back.
Remember I didn't ask.
All right.
And
Where's my-
all the way.
Will you be waylaid?
Huh?
Will you be waylaid?
I went out for air and I was talking to Ira about ski.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, hello, how are you? And Tom saved me.
No, not this one.
We're just waiting for our turn.
Is the attorney lost?
What?
Is the attorney?
Attorney's lost.
Where is he? Is he out there?
No.
He better not be.
We fed him to
Did you use internet in the morning?
Yes,
Huh?
Yeah.
yeah, I'm hooked up to
Yeah, I
my
think
phone
my
now.
phone is-
That's what I'm hearing.
These are out here, the lights have been on since I got here, so I don't know if there's.
What car is it?
Nissan, if I have a Nissan?
Here.
Thank you.
It's back on, Stacy.
I'm just gonna stick with my hotspot on here.
It was working for me.
Peter has jumper
It's
cables.
electric.
Did it, I do about battery, I can jump a car if you want.
So the internet is working?
It seems to be, again,
Hey, Peter.
yes,
What I was trying to.
We'll wait for
we got
Jim.
too many people on at the same time, is that what it is?
Is that it?
Oh, is that what happened?
I was getting bounced a little.
That hasn't been an issue.
There's a block on reclamation of every structure. And.
Let's clear it out.
I guess, was it something I said?
Yeah.
It's jumper cables to start the internet.
Okay. All right, we're all here. So. The folks in front of us are here from First Student. I'll let you all introduce yourselves. I don't think Jen Metzger needs any introductions, nor, I'm sorry, the superintendent of schools, I just can't think of what all name there. So I have a hard time with this, now remembering my own name. So they're here to talk to us about the EV stations. If you recall, they were here in November 24 is what I recall. And we didn't make any progress. So he let us a little bit of quick history. The applicant attempted to get this approved as an accessory use by the building department at some point last year. It was not approved as that, or the determination was not that it was an accessory use. The determination was that it was a special use with an amended site plan. And the reason it's an amended site plan is because there's an old site plan on the site that goes back to the 80s sometime that that exists. And which was and has some violations which have been cleared up. So it's an amendment to that site plan, which provided for, in essence, 20 buses, as I recall, on the site, along with parking for staff. So after a series of starts, restarts, misstarts, starts, they're back again here, a new team from the last time to propose what they're going to propose tonight, give us tonight. So we're all ears. Full disclosure to the board, myself, Peter, Dave, and I attempted to get another board member, but they weren't available. Met with Mike, the young lady, and the gentleman to the right. We did meet with them for about 2 hours, just to level set where we were at this point after all the starts and restarts. So we did do that. And made no conclusion except told them the hurdle that would have to, the obvious reason was that you have to jump. So there's maps in front of you, the latest set of maps. Here it is. Thank you. So we're all ears. Why don't you tell us what you want to do, how you want to do it?
Perfect. I'll run it down here first. So good evening, Chairman Jones, board members. I want to thank you all for your time tonight, and especially to pretty much everybody within the town working through this project over the past 18 months. It's been on, off, as you guys know. So we're excited to present the board our proposed project again, and hopefully that we can come to a resolution conclusion with your support and your approval to move this project forward. I'm Michael Anthony Joseph Klein. I am Michael Klein.
Michael Klein, thank you.
Yeah. So I'm the senior property projects manager for First Student. We're the largest school bus provider, service provider in North America. And I am responsible for all permitting for all locations as they get up and running. With me, I have Ryan Fitzgerald, who is our senior vice president. We have Ami Preet, who is our director of ED programs. Paul Spadero with Roundout Valley School District. And Jen Metzger with the county executive. So tonight, we're requesting for the special use permit and the amended site plan approval for the EV charging infrastructure for our electric school buses. These will be installed on our existing site located at 5147 Route 204. This is a lease site for First Student. The property is owned by Dave Lefevre. He has approved this project and is very supportive of it as well.
I'm sorry, Mike, who?
Dan Lefevre.
Oh, the owner.
Yes,
I'm
he's the
sorry.
owner of the property
Sorry.
that we
Yep.
lease from. So as you had mentioned, Rick, back in 1990, this planning board, not this particular planning board, but the town board approved the existing use that sits there today for 20 school buses to operate from this location. We are intending to operate 20 EV buses from this location and continue the existing use that has been approved for over 35 years. And that's pretty much the project itself. I mean, it's pretty simple. We're installing EV chargers for a site. We'll get a little bit deeper on the school district, so on and so forth, and maybe some of the deeper details, but it's a pretty simplistic project to install EV infrastructure for this existing site. So I'm gonna throw it over to Brian Fitzgerald, who will dig a little bit deeper on why we're here, how we got here in regards to our client in the EVs portion of this.
So as Mike said, good evening and thank you for your time. Realize that you've been working on some things already, so really appreciate your time on this. Although I will correct I'm not sure I'm gonna go deeper. I'm gonna try to go a little broader and paint the picture, and I'll try to manage my own time here as well as yours. So from a First Student perspective, we've been the transportation partner for Roundout Valley Central District, I think 8 years on the change here. And that just means that our job is to take care of their needs for transportation. One of the things we offer the school district as their partner is industry leading expertise in the electric school bus arena. Very openly, and as you've learned me, I'm always pretty candid here, as this EV discussion in general and specifically the EV school bus discussion has taken hold. Obviously, it's gathered a lot of steam for a couple of logical reasons, right? If you're thinking of where EVs make sense, school buses don't travel 1 million miles, they come back, they can charge during the day, and then the benefits that an EV has. I don't know if there's a better place for that than potentially with young children on a bus when you get into environmental noise and all the things that an EV can deliver. So as that really evolved, First Student, we made a conscious decision to invest in some of the capabilities so that we can then offer this support to our customers. And we really have, we went out and established a team of industry leaders on this front. We're currently operating almost 500 EV school buses across the US and Canada. And our team has even come up with a patented charging system that really takes most of the complications and, underground and some of the things you originally thought were going to be big issues. We've even developed a system that really makes this, pardon the pun, but a little bit plug and play on the infrastructure on this. So really what that means, we've just been able to build significant expertise in really getting these EV school buses up and running. Couple really broad developments that kind of got us here, and obviously Chairman Jones helped me on a couple of this, so I'll go a little quicker on this, but yeah, and if this is things everybody's familiar with, I apologize, but part of that bipartisan infrastructure bill set aside $5 billion for this clean school bus program. Now, although this program does allow for other types of clean energy school buses as well, the main focus over the last half decade or so has been in electric school buses. Related, but not fully attached, is New York State issued a mandate saying that all districts will need to transition to EV school buses. The original mandate said all new equipment by 2027 and all equipment, I share that sentiment, and all equipment by 2035. Even when they said that, I think everybody with new manufacturing capability said a little bit aggressive. So that mandate has been adjusted a bit for reasons that span everywhere from just flat out manufacturer capability. But one of the big reasons it has to be adjusted is that the simple fact is an EV school bus is still roughly 3 times the cost of a similar sized diesel school bus. So what that means, well, and on top of that, obviously there is some infrastructure, I think we've gotten it down to science here, but there's still some cost to develop the infrastructure. So really what that means is it comes down to a situation where a district either has to acquire state or federal funding to be able to go do this, or they've got to go figure out how they're going to fund that 3x per school bus gap some other way, right, as a district. So the first round of this EPA funding release, they started releasing this $5 billion in tranches, so to speak. I think the first one was $1 billion. Checking on me. So they released it in rounds. So if you hear me talk about rounds, round one was almost a lottery, so to speak. Districts had the ability to submit for the funding, and then certain districts were chosen. It really was a little bit of a lottery though, so I'm not sure there was a lot of science that went into choosing it. There's been subsequent rounds as well. Each round has some different elements I won't bore anybody with. When we met with the Round Valley Central School District, it was a simple question for us, really. Said, are you interested in doing this? If so, we can help you and we can kind of run down the details, the application, provide all the EV expertise that no school district should have just sitting there doing what they're supposed to be doing all day. So that's the service we offered to the school district. The Round Valley team was excited about that and said, by all means, we'd love to be able to do this and bring this to the community. So let's apply. Well, lo and behold, we were selected in round one, which is a real small subset of all the groups that applied. So the school district applies for this. Really, again, first we do the backup material and provide the expertise to put that application in. So Roundup Valley was selected, and then was awarded just under $10 million to put 25 electric school buses into the fleet here. That does include the price of the buses, and it includes a number they put aside for what they believe the infrastructure was going to be. So this was really, I think it was the end of 23, the beginning of 24. What then happens is those funds get transferred to First Student because we have to buy the buses and pay for the infrastructure. So all of the federal money has gone to the district. District then provides that money to First Student. First Student goes and issues POs, and we have actually purchased those buses because you had to in order to complete the cycle with the funding from the federal money. So that's really over the last 2 years. And as Chairman Jones mentioned, for 18 months, we've been kind of trying to figure our way out to how this all was going to work. And all of that was explained well before, but it's landed us here. The thing I do want to mention is we have been applying for a series of extensions with the EPA, going back 18 months or so for what they thought the original project would take. The good news is the EPA wants the project to take forward, so they have been working with us to an extent and have given us a multitude of extensions. Their 90-day extensions, though, have now turned into 45-day extensions. We have another one coming due April 22nd. So we're in constant communication with them on this project. I will say now they have really ramped up. They're leaning on us to bring this thing to a head, though. So I think we are running out of runway with the EPA's timeline. But our next extension is on April 22nd. So to manage my own long-windedness, too late, insert joke. Really, from a first student standpoint, right? Our only horse in the race is this is a service we provide to the district so that they can go get the funding and get this up and running, and then we'll kind of do the dirty work in the middle to get the buses, get them up and running, and provide the expertise and knowledge.
So Brian.
Yeah.
I don't know how much more.
I like 2 sentences, but go for it.
Go for the 2 sentences.
Yeah.
That's it. Go ahead. 2
Okay,
sentences.
so that, we do know how to do this because we do have 500 buses up and running again. You know, we bumped into all the beams to bump in over the times. And then really what we're just hoping for tonight is that we can work with everybody here to land on a solution that's gonna work for everybody, so we don't have to really unwind this and potentially wind up giving this money back to the federal government, which means later on we may have to do it through a different meeting.
Okay, so as we spoke to people who were here 2 years ago, as we spoke a couple months ago when you and Mike came in, the biggest issue here is safety, fire safety. There were a lot of, and everything's attendant to that one issue of the fire safety. How are you going to make sure that these things don't explode? Question mark. And that one bus on fire doesn't transfer to the other 19 buses that are lined up. So how do the firemen fight the fire? Where's the water coming from? What are your safety recommendations? What are your safety provisions? When we talked 2 months ago, you mentioned that you have some new system that can immediately detect if there's a variance in the temperature of those batteries, and somebody in command central gets notified, so that can be dealt with immediately as opposed to the thing exploding. And now we have a real problem on our hands. What kind of safety feature? You're gonna have to convince this board that the safety features of the batteries you're using are not just top of the line, but top of the line as certified, not by you guys, but by consultants. I hate to use that word, consultants, and the best that the industry has to offer in terms of consultancy and documentation and all of that. We have some side issues having to do with the site plan in terms of the lights bleeding off the property. You're gonna have to become compliant with dark skies. But that's the least of your issues to convince us that this thing is safe, that we as a community can deal with the, not the inevitable, but the possible. How do we deal with that? You're gonna have to convince us. Now, one of the concerns which I'm gonna put out on the table again, which I had, and I had it in 2024, I had it when I met at the school district, when we had a big meeting. I remember you standing off to the right. I was sitting in one of the corners. And I made the statement is, look, you guys are coming at this the wrong way. You don't even have local representation that can represent you in front of a local board. Who knows what has to be done in terms of documentation, in terms of process. I know that when we met 2 months ago, you were amazed that it was going to take us quite a while. I think I said at least 6 months to get this thing done. You thought it was one and done. A local person would be able to tell you no. Under seeker, the seeker process in New York State, your Jersey, your Ohio, great states. However, we have something called seeker, and there's no way we're going to get through the seeker process in anything under 3, 4, 5 months, given the issues that we have to deal with. So I want to repeat that again to just level set for yourselves. The board knows this already, and for anybody from the public who's here listening to this. So I really appreciate you level setting for everybody. Now we have to get it down and dirty in terms of the details. One of the things that I'm going to do is ask our consultant, Dave Church, and you heard all the things he's already doing between now and the 27th. But he typically, with any project, he does a write-up on the project to make sure that what you've submitted is totally compliant with all the state rules, all the town rules, and he makes recommendations as to next steps. He makes recommendations as to how to categorize this in terms of seeker. What is it, a type 1? Is it a listed? Is it type 2, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So he's going to do that. That probably won't be available for the 27th. We'll have to slip into May, given the amount of work that he's got on his plate, right? So that's one thing that we're going to do. The other thing that we're going to do, so that we're not dancing around the issue, there's a form called the Seeker Part 2. And it enumerates the various things that we must look at for seeker and identify whether there's a small to no impact or a moderate to large impact. So we're not going to do seeker up front, but we're going to use that tool to make a determination to help you understand what this board thinks about the project in terms of seeker, so that you have no misunderstanding of the things that we're going to be looking for. And I would suspect that I'm going to also ask Mr. Church to have that ready for us to do at the meeting, or maybe even pre-fill it at the meeting for May, I think it's 8th or May 11th, I forget, so that we can have a robust discussion about these are the issues that we believe we need to deal with. Again, site plan, it almost pales in comparison to what we have to do in terms of identifying the issues and how you're going to deal with these issues. So do you want to does the board want to make any comments first?
Well, Rick, I want to actually make you.
Yeah, let me know. I was gonna suggest a go forward, but.
I just want to point out that in addition to seeker, the first 3 criteria for a special use permit all relate to the impact on safety and the environment in the neighborhood. It's typical special use permit criteria. So I think everybody agrees that getting EV buses is a good idea, especially given the investment that the state and feds are doing here. But our job is to execute the law, and the law here is going to require us for a bunch of reasons to look at local safety. And it's not only this board, but we're going to invite comment from either our consultants or, in this case, the fire department, or both. And so part of your job is going to be to put together a proposal and a series of protective measures that would satisfy these technical experts, whose knowledge of this issue is well beyond members of the board. So that's going to be the process here, and the sooner we can ramp up on that. We obviously want to get you guys moving if we can, but there is a lot of concern about this particular issue, and so if you have that level of experience in solving those problems, the sooner we can bring that onto this site, the better. And Peter may have some thoughts about that, but that's really where this is at.
What I was hoping to do, and I certainly don't want to step for Peter, what I was hoping to do is 2 things here, which I think might get to exactly where he wants to go. And first of all, we really appreciate it. We've gotten some coaching on what we could have done different 2 years ago, and we do appreciate that and recognize some errors of our ways, so to speak. But one is I did want to allow us to hear a little bit from Dr. Spadaro and Ms. Metzger. I think we'll get to some of that, and then potentially part B of that might be addressing specifically some of the safety questions.
Before you do that, though, I want to hear from the board. If anybody wants to make a comment, and then we'll go to Dr. Spadaro, and then we'll go to Ami. Anybody?
Yeah, I'm very supportive of this. I think it's fantastic that the school district is looking to convert. I echo what Rick said, and I'm assuming what Peter will speak to. I'm not an expert on the safety side of things, but that's my major concern is fire suppression and the safety side of it. And I think it would also be helpful. Certainly we have the drawings here. I didn't see, is there a project narrative that was submitted?
There's one in the Unique lab.
Is there? Okay.
It's a 1-page, Jen.
From 2 years ago.
Oh, it's the same one?
I don't know. That was my question. Is it
No,
a
it's not
recent
the
one, Peter, or is it
It's
from 24?
No, it's not.
I'll take a
It's a
look.
recent one.
Okay.
That's my general.
Okay, anybody else from the board before we go back to the Hans?
She said it better than I said.
Okay, Peter?
I'd rather wait until I have some questions, but would love to hear the presentation.
Okay, Superintendent Spataro?
Sure, it's a privilege and honor to be here tonight. Thank you for allowing us to be present, and it's a big initiative with our EV buses. And what the gentleman said earlier, I love this community because we work together. The school district with our local municipalities. We partnered with our local fire departments, our local firefighters, and we listened to those entities, and we created together a tax exemption for our volunteer firefighters and our volunteer ambulance workers. People came to us, our constituents, and we listened, and we know that we have to work collaboratively and cohesively together to make sure our community is successful moving forward. And that's what we're just asking here with the town of Rochester, the planning board, is this is a big initiative. This is cutting edge. We don't want to give $10 million back to the federal government. That's the last thing we want to do. We want to make sure those federal funds stay in our school district and in the town of Rochester. And we don't want that burden to be put on the local taxpayers. So this is a really great initiative. This is something that we won. And a lot of school districts that didn't have this opportunity to receive $10 million to get our EV buses up and running, which is an unfunded mandate moving forward through the Department of Education. So appreciate you listening to us and allowing us to be here. And we're just looking to partner with you guys because I feel like we need each other to work together to make sure not only our school district is successful, but the town of Rochester is moving forward as well too.
Can I ask a question? Just out of curiosity, what is the cost of transportation to the school district utilizing diesel? And what will be the proposed savings by going to EV? I think that's a good thing to talk about to the community.
I think I'm gonna segue that to Ms. Mesker because she's gonna give you the transition.
Bus driver.
Yeah.
That's my next career. So, so first of all, thank you for giving me a few moments of your time, and I'm here to talk just in support of the project. And I feel like I have so many perspectives from which I want to talk about this. I mean, I will talk about it as county executive, but as a parent, as someone who has been working to address the climate crisis for 40 years. So I'm just going to start, several years ago, your predecessor, Dr. Morgan, had called me, tell me about this project. The fact that they had gotten this award, federal award. I had been working really hard actually to get the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act passed at the federal level so that we could get this funding into our communities. And to learn that like my kid's school district got the biggest award in the state for electric buses, I was just like so over the moon about it. And like the school district, Ulster County is electrifying its public transit system, which everyone knows as UCAT, because of the climate, health, and taxpayer benefits that it delivers. We have electric buses on the road now. We've had them on the road for 4 years in this driving around this county without incident. I've personally ridden those buses. They are absolutely like astounding. They're quiet, they're smooth, there are no fumes, no diesel fumes, they're clean. And our charging facility is actually indoors in our UCAT garage up on Golden Hill in Kingston. I understand that the proposed facility is outdoors, which is even safer in the unlikely event of a fire. Ulster County now has 7 full-size EV buses on the road, and we also have 3 smaller paratransit buses for taking elderly and disabled residents to doctor's appointments. We've had a great experience with them. And we're going to continue replacing all of our buses as the diesel buses reach the end of their useful life. Apart from the enormous value in terms of just reducing climate damaging emissions, we have seen significant taxpayer savings on fuel and maintenance. So on last year, when we just had our 5 full-size buses, we saved $85,000 compared to our diesel buses. And, you know, today diesel is over $60 a gallon and we are just saving so much money right now to taxpayers. And, you know, sadly, I think these higher prices are going to be here for a while. We offer our residents free public transit, so an alternative if it's available to them to get around in this time, but our residents are struggling. And any savings that we can bring to them is very meaningful. And this is especially true with school taxes, because that's most of everyone's property taxes. So, you know, the purchase of these buses is 25 or 20. I thought you guys were getting 25. But whatever you're getting, you're going to save.
The grants for 25, I
Okay.
believe what we're talking is, 20 may need to be a
Okay.
fallback position given the.
It's going to save taxpayers millions of dollars over the useful life of these buses, 12 years. There's no question about it, but like more importantly than the savings, from my perspective, is our kids' health. You know, that you can't put a price on, but there have been numerous studies showing that the fumes from diesel exhaust are present in the carriage, kids breathe them, and I remember stinky buses as a kid. That was like something you just remember, I used to get plastic all the time. But you know, this is just a huge benefit, a public health benefit. Now, I know there's been concerns expressed about the safety of the batteries. The electric buses and charging stations have been in use and have proven to be safe. You will obviously look at the plan and make sure that you have all of the necessary design precautions in place. But I just, I hope you will keep it in perspective, because the only deaths from fuel we have had in our county have been from propane explosions in people's homes. Fossil fuels are combustible. That's what they do. That's how they generate energy. And it's really important. I'm just begging you to please have perspective on the technology and go with the empirical evidence on the safety. And I'm also happy, if it's helpful for you all to talk to the folks in charge of our EV garage, and also our emergency services director, Everett Erickson. He can certainly just give you information about, you know, coordinated emergency responses across the county to fires or anything else. They do all of the trainings. We're actually doing trainings on EV, all manner of fire. And I'll just say, just on a personal note, you know, I have been driving an electric vehicle for 7 years now. My charger is like hanging from a tree in my house, level 2 charger. And like many residents, charge at home. And as a county, we have installed something like 96 chargers around the county. We're about to cut the ribbon Earth Week on a high-speed charger at our building in Ellenville. This technology is here to stay because it is what we need to do to protect the planet. It's healthier and it's less costly. And so anything I can do to help you all get you whatever information I can, I'm so happy to do it. And I'm very proud of my district still. And I hope this project goes through. We don't send it all back to the federal government and I'll still there. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You want to talk a little bit on me about some of the specific?
Yeah, but I wanted to thank Jen, and she did a great job of, covering, like she said, unlikely event of a fire, and that is really the key here, right? As first students, we're conducting almost 5.5 million trips carrying children daily. And so we are well cognizant, like safety is our middle name and, when we're transporting this cargo. So when our company decided to go and invest into electrification, obviously, safety was the first criteria where we completed a comprehensive risk assessment. And that risk assessment really says that the chances of a fire it's a low probable risk, but at the same time, it's not that we are dismissing those concerns. We feel that addressing a low probable risk with safeguards in place, with training in place, it becomes a managed risk. And if you look at it, there is nothing risk-free, but you can manage the risk, and which is what we are planning to do in case of the Accord Rondout Valley project as well. So all our deployments, our vehicles, our infrastructure meet all comply with all regulations, policies, NFPA, NEC standards, ISO, UL listing, charging stations. But given the concerns we heard from from the local feedback in the fire department, we're also going above and beyond here. We're proposing to spread out the buses, give at least 6 feet between the buses. So to prevent escalation of fire from one vehicle to another. Identify a 50-foot radius where an isolated bus can be, or a burning bus can be isolated in the unlikely event of a fire. We already provide training to our drivers, technicians, and get PPE and shock tools for maintaining these vehicles, but we also provide training to first responders, and totally willing to invest in that training for the local fire department here. To be able to learn more about these EVs and even bring our vendors on board to explain more about their vehicles and the safety of their vehicles. So we feel that, all these measures, we would successfully bring out this project for our customer and keep the risk in check.
I think I just, I'd say, add to that, one, all the stats is that the frequency is actually less than it would be
Right.
just over the regular
Results.
diesel. Does burn different, so we've made the adjustments to be at or above all the current industry safety standards for this, and after getting some feedback locally, we've already, I think, aligned to a couple things that are really above and beyond what we would do in any other installation, with some more space and some things that, we've taken feedback on. So I think, the frequency, it gets better with EVs. All the standards that have been flushed out by the industry and by our team are gonna be met, and we have a few things that we've already talked about doing different here, just to kind of double down on that a little bit and make sure, because we have heard feedback around, hey, this isn't a big city with a water tank 10 feet away, and so we've got a couple things we've already agreed to do on this. And the last part, I think, I'm gonna say, because it was a question we got asked prior, was, listen, if anything, God forbid, if anything ever happened, the training for what you do, if there's passengers on the bus, is no different than another bus. You immediately get kids off, and then that, goes from there. The difference might be the way the thing burns on this.
Okay, Board, Peter, you wanted to wait till you heard.
Yeah, are there other locations in New York where you guys have electric buses?
New York City.
New York City?
We have 10 buses right now down in New York City. We have several other projects, Buffalo and a couple other places that are probably be done before this year's
Right.
over. They were in, when I was at round 1, some of those are round 3 projects, so they started, last year, and they'll be done this year.
The mandate, what is the mandate at now?
Mandate, and I want to make sure I don't misquote this because it might have changed what we're in here. I believe that they have walked back the couple things that happened with the mandate. The districts have had the ability to apply for 2-year delays on this. Now, very openly, it's a pretty simple application, right? As long as you went in and applied, and I believe you had to do a study.
Right.
As long as you said, hey, we've looked at this, we're not gonna make it, they've enabled that to back off a couple of years. So I think we're into 29, and last I checked, they had not backed that. It's kind of ironic. They hadn't backed off the 2035 deadline, but they have backed off the 27 deadline. And if you're doing the math at home, those sooner or later, the 35 deadline is gonna have to move to. So they are, for some of those reasons, they realized, I mean, 2027 sounded like a long time ago away. 2021, and now all of a sudden we're here. So they've been sliding that a little bit, and I believe that it's as simple as a district doing a study, which either we provide or some other companies provide, and then submitting it saying, we're not gonna get we're not gonna get there. I think it's a 2-year waiver, right?
Okay, you made references, but I know Rick and David were involved in some conversations, but there's the grant was for 25 buses, but you only have 20 on the plan.
And the reason for that is due to the 20.
The
bus
limit for the site plan. So does that mean you're not gonna get those other 5 buses, or is that they're gonna go somewhere else?
Currently, we have explored a couple of times whether or not there's a school-based solution. We are still looking at that, but that is not solved, and it's a long way.
Until we hear
We might have
otherwise.
to give up 5.
Until we hear otherwise, it's 20 on this sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, in the site plan, it said 20 EV charges on K-rail system and then 7 EV charges on cement bases.
Yes, so they're based on, because if the chargers are determined based on the routes. And some of the routes are really long, and so we have higher capacity chargers for those, and those are more like refrigerator units. So
Okay,
they are sitting on cement bases, whereas the others are all mountable on Jersey barriers.
okay. And where would those be in the, are they indicated on the map, or is that TBD? Should be.
I think the closest to the equipment, the electrical equipment, are the first 7.
Along the road.
Yeah.
Okay,
So there's still only 20 chargers.
Correct.
7 of them are these special ones that Peter referred to, and the other
Right,
13.
larger capacity.
Okay.
Yes.
okay, so there'd be just a total of 20.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was unclear about. And then you made mention to maintenance. Are you doing any maintenance?
So here's what we're currently, and I mean, might have better, when we started this out. We were leaving all battery related maintenance to the providers because they had the expertise. Now that we're getting into this, we have 500 of these we're transitioning, training some of our own technicians to become battery experts, but I believe right now our safe bet, we will start off with.
Our high voltage our high voltage maintenance issues would go to the manufacturer right now. But we have developed an in-house curriculum to train our technicians into high voltage, and that's being rolled out as we speak.
Okay, so you're not gonna do maintenance on site?
No.
Okay, all right. And then, so I know you mentioned the 50-foot isolation radius.
Mhm.
And we talked about this in one of the earlier meetings, the idea of pulling that in between the, is there enough room to do that? How long are the buses?
They're 40 feet.
40 feet, okay.
Yeah.
So
And
40
so-
feet, and it's about 100 feet from the bus to the buildings? Is there enough room there for that? I guess that's the question I'm asking.
Yes, so this area is what.
If you
we're
look at
seeing.
sheet C2. You can see that open area between where the buses are parked and the building itself.
Yeah, so if you have a 40-foot bus, right? And then 50 feet on either side. That's. It's 140 feet. Is there 140 feet there? And I'm just, I read the specs about the isolating 50 feet safety. That's why I brought that up. Just the idea of, is there enough room there to achieve that in that parking lot?
Where did that 50 feet distance come from?
It came from the safety information they supplied with the.
So that's generated by you, by the.
Well, I think, we don't typically do that. I think after having discussions with the fire department, we crafted a plan that was gonna enable us to have that space.
But that's.
I don't know where the 50 number came from.
It's in the safety material that with the
Yeah.
buses.
Yes.
So are you saying 50 feet radius
That's what it said in the safety thing that they recommend, and something you guys talked about too, is providing 50 feet away from. Other buses and exposures, and so I just wondered, is there enough room for that in that location?
Well, I guess I could speak on that to a certain degree, but in regards to the 50-foot radius, I may be talking out of turn. But the engineers may indicate that this is a 50-foot radius,
Right.
but it's not 50-foot clearance from the building and the buses.
Okay,
So there's 50-foot radius within that area. Clear area, and you can see that on C5, sheet C5.
I'm asking because I'm anticipating other questions.
No,
Coming about the.
totally got it. Well, it depends on the orientation of the bus too. If it's running north, south, you can probably get there. As opposed to if it was orientated.
Yeah, but it said keep,
I get you.
keep the buses 50 feet away from other
I understand.
exposures, so.
So, I think what we need to do next. You need to give us a total safety plan in writing. That deals with, I mean, the map is great. I had a very simple question. Who's gonna go in there and pull this truck out, this bus out while it's burning? I wouldn't do it. You couldn't pay me enough money to hop in there and pull it out. The batteries are in the back, right, or in the front?
Underneath.
They're in where? Back, front, middle?
All
All
between the axles.
So the thing is burning and you're asking somebody to go in there and pull it out. Can't move because it's been disabled by the fire. So then you're gonna get a truck in there, a tow truck to pull it out. You're gonna have a tow truck on site? The answer is no. So you're gonna have a tow truck. I'm not gonna drive it. I don't drive a tow truck, but if I did, I wouldn't go in there to pull it out. My point is, you guys gotta give us in writing a safety plan.
Sure.
Okay, a detailed safety plan done by an engineer. Okay, and then what we're gonna wind up doing, is finding an expert who's gonna evaluate that and having the fire department evaluate it. And possibly even the county, what's his name, Erickson? Take a look at it. We can't be all rah-rah about this. The rah-rah point of the whole project has stopped tonight. Now we gotta figure out how this is gonna work. And how are you gonna deal with the safety issue? How are you gonna convince us from a safety point of view that this thing actually works? So I need a total, Jen, I can hear you.
Can I add something?
Yeah, hang on a sec, I need a total safety plan from an engineer. How are you gonna do this? All the industry information, the whole 9 yards, and then we'll take a look at it. We have our engineer here. I don't know whether he's an expert in EV buses or not, but we'll find somebody who is. And we'll have them do the evaluation, a third party who's gonna take a look at this and tell us, yeah, this makes sense, here's why it makes sense, or it doesn't make any sense. Because we're not gonna rule on what you're talking about. As a practical matter, I don't see how you pull a bus out that's on fire. So I guess from that perspective, you've decided, or what's being recommended is, you're not gonna fight this fire with water, you're gonna let it burn out.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's a big deal. I don't know how the fire department feels about that. And again, we need to know from the industry standard, industry experts, that this is what the industry across the country, whatever, has decided is the best way to do it for the following reasons. And if that's the story, then we'll get whoever we hired to take a look at your safety plan. We'll have them take a look at it and say, yeah, that makes sense or not. And the same thing for the fire department. Are they going to agree with that? And then we'll go.
You don't want any other safety measures that you, referencing? You said there's some safety measures, so.
There's some pre-warning.
Yeah, the pre-warning for infrared, whatever.
I mean,
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah, I was really impressed when you told us last time that you had a literally, it was a pre-warning. Somebody, I wasn't kidding, in Command Central says, oops, the temperature has changed by a half a degree. We gotta do something. Well, if that's the case, you can get ahead of it. If this thing starts, I don't wanna be penny chicken lickers, but if this thing goes on fire, nobody's gonna pull it out. You don't have a truck on site to pull it out, so it's like, come on. And having said that, I'm in support of EV this, EV that, but sometimes we get ahead of ourselves or we don't think through how we're gonna handle something.
Yeah, understood.
Did I hear you say that 500 of the buses in the States
Between the states and Canada, we have a bunch in Quebec as well.
And we would want to know, we want references from people who have actually done this in New York State, or even other states. Who's actually done this that we can talk to?
When you start done this, you may had a facility where there's 20 bodies.
Exactly.
I also
Something
would like to see the safety plans, these communities have installed. I'm sure it's not just them, it's up to you.
Yeah.
So I would love to see that.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say, is that I can't imagine we're the first people to ever ask these questions. I have to imagine there's something standard.
You think?
I can't imagine that this is a big ask. The county is converting to EV. I know New York City MTA, a lot of those buses are EV now, and certainly that's thousands of buses that they're managing. So I have to think this is small potatoes in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
And going back to what someone said, I can't remember who said it, but it's about risk management. So the more we can limit the potential for a fire, that also goes a long way in how we view what happens when a fire occurs, if hopefully different, but.
And keep in mind, we've already addressed a lot of that stuff, because this is not a standard layout for any of our facilities. We have buses like 2 feet apart.
Right.
In most of our installations, and so I
How
think
far apart are these buses?
6 feet.
She's at 6 feet.
6 feet,
Thank you.
and some of them aren't they like right next to the building as well?
Yes.
So
So you have a lot of information, but we need the information, because we don't have it.
fair enough.
Okay, and then when we
Understood.
get the information, we're gonna hire somebody, we're not gonna, we'll delve through it, but we're gonna hire somebody that says, yeah, it makes sense. But we want to also talk to people who have done this already, somewhere else in the country, in the state, in the county. And we'll take Jen Metzger up on her suggestion that we go up and visit their site. Jen, did you get your questions?
Yeah, it was just commenting on the issues.
Yeah, I don't think anybody here out of the box is against the EV technology. What we want to make sure is that it can be applied safely on this site with no water.
Should, fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to
Anybody
reiterate,
else?
one other thing is that, which you guys, Dr. Sparrow knows, of course, but we have a gigantic district. Close to 88 square miles of district that we cover, and school buses go throughout the district. So the response time is an all volunteer, personnel limited fire department. It can be extensive. It can take, 15 minutes to get to the other end of the district with red lights and sirens. And so it's not just the charging depot, but what happens in a remote area as well, which is, I know that's a concern for all the fire personnel in the area. And then the other, Rick mentioned that we're gonna talk about seeker at a certain point, but water is one of the things that are kind of leaning away from that as being, it's more advantageous in a lot of these EV fires to let them burn out rather than water, because the water is contaminated, it's toxic, and you're just about 500 feet from the Rondout Creek, so we don't want to lose that, and it's an aquifer protection district. So we have to be, aware of those things as well, which will come under seeker.
So the board give me some feedback to what I'm gonna say next. David, for the May meeting, which is 4 weeks off, could you do one of your write-ups to deal with all of the code issues? And also pre-fill a part 2. We're not doing secret yet, but just pre-fill one of those from what you've heard, what you know, so that we can review it in a meeting to say, or to share with you to say, hey, these are the things that we're gonna be concerned with, and that you must deal with in terms of secret. Because we do have to, you saw with the previous project Dignified, we went through what's called a part 3. First did a part 2, then we did a part 3. And we have to have those mitigating circumstances where we identify items that are of real concern. High or low or no impact on the environment. So we have to go through that. Again, I don't think we're ready for it, because you have to feed back to us how you're going to deal with these items. So I'm asking Dave to simply begin to identify on this form what are those items that this board is likely to have a problem with or have concern with. Does that make sense?
Sure. Who would I talk to about We have to, the board's gonna type it under seeker as it's called. Which one of you can tell me the details of the site plan? Things like, are you gonna do anything with the building?
That would be me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll follow up with you then.
Okay.
Okay.
So for May 8th, is that due, or May 11th, whatever the
You
first?
know,
Eleven.
One May meeting, is that right?
What's that?
You're doing one May
Yes.
meeting.
Yeah, that's right.
Mr. Chair, we need that.
Sorry?
We need that. Sorry.
Yes. Thank you. So we're all right with that date, May 11th? You can get it
Yes.
done? Okay.
So Rick, just so I'm clear. David will get us the seeker. Along with a write-up. Back to us like a week before the May date, or,
Yeah.
okay,
Thank you.
And
I appreciate that.
many applicants read what Dave writes up, some of them don't. For those ones that don't, regret it because everything he says you gotta do in there, you're gonna probably have to do.
we can assure you we will.
So, and then the seeker, I wanna make it clear that this is just. We wanna let you know the kind of seeker items that we're gonna be concerned with. We're not doing seeker yet. We need for you to define how you're gonna mitigate some of the items, and then we can proceed with doing the official seeker process.
And do I have the right to work directly with
Yeah.
David through that?
You're gonna pay for it, but yeah.
Yeah, understood.
I just want to point out that in terms of critical path, if this is time sensitive and you really want to start moving this forward. I mean, Dave is gonna write it up based on the, you know, the A, B's and C's of the application and try to type it and put it into different legal boxes. But I want to emphasize again that the critical path here is going to be the preparation of all the seeker issues, of all the special use permit issues. The one that, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, is the most obvious here, in my view, the critical path is going to be the safety plan. And in particular, to the extent that we can anticipate it, the safety plan that will make the fire department feel the most comfortable or the least uncomfortable, or that we will, you know, that this will pass muster with them and also with the technical expert that we would hire. So, and Dave will not be setting you up on that, other than, you know, he may talk about distance to the creek or something like that, but to the extent you have the elements of a fire safety plan in your pocket, or that you can generate one from your other experiences and your other experts, I would get started on that. If that's, in other words, if you don't want to wait a month until he drafts it and talk to him and you come back in, get started on that, and that will be able, then we'll be in real time moving this forward, because that's gonna be what drives us, in my view. Everything else is, it's not a new facility, and that's the one issue, and we're all, I think everybody's sympathetic to the, you know, the concerns that were raised and the opportunity that's here, but the fire safety plan is going to be the driver here, so you guys have that information, get it rolling.
And once we have that, which I think we have a pretty good
Yeah.
chunk of it already developed, ready to submit, so would that go directly to the?
To Stacy.
To Stacy.
Our administrative assistant.
Unicolab.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
Well,
Should I get it right?
Well, you can load it up to Community Collab
Yeah.
if you want, or you can send it to, or you can send.
We'll
it
do
to
both.
Steve. Okay, so yes, you can. Craig, are you gonna be able to find us an expert to review this stuff?
I'll do it. I'll have to get back.
Okay,
But-
yeah, I'm gonna need an answer on that.
There are people that.
Do you
Yeah.
need
Oh,
Omni's?
Peter, you have.
We have
Do
you
you need Omni's number?
That would be a conflict.
I had a couple other things that, on your EAF that you guys submitted. There are a few things that I think need to be added in there, like the, aquifer protection is not listed in there, and that's, in the, if it's mentioned in the application, certain place. Scenic byway, this is part of the scenic byway, right? The 209.
Yes.
So that should be added in there. This is under part C2, C3, parks. It's just all stuff that's in there that's part of the context for us to look at. Parks and rail trails and parks that need to be added. There is public transportation on 209. That should be added under section D. Section E2 is not completed. Water soils, because you're adjacent to an agricultural area, so that needs to be added. And then, of course, we are gonna need to do, once the application is on county referral and DOT referral as well.
Yeah, I think when Dave goes through his review, all those things that Peter was mentioning that have already been filled out on the, what we call the long form, Dave is gonna point out that it's incomplete, which it is, there were things left out. So, it's a yes or no. And you put yes, and we think it's no, and you put no, and we think it's yes. We'll have a discussion about that too. I'm gonna set escrow. I'm gonna set escrow at 10,000. So what the escrow is used for, is to pay for our consultants, whether it's Dave Church, Greg Bolner, our engineer, whoever we hire to be the reviewer of the data, the safety plan, and any work that might be done by our attorney in regards to this. So, I don't know whether that'll cover everything or not, but that's a good start. So we need that, this week. And if that goes to Stacy.
If you give me an invoice for that.
Or
Or something
work on
that's
something,
stated,
yeah.
Okay, and I think, does the board have anything else?
We gotta vote,
Right.
so
We have to vote on escrow. Thank
I'll
you.
make a motion.
Jen makes the motion for $10,000. David, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Dave?
It'll be referable to the county.
Yeah.
As a special use permit.
Yep.
You wanna talk gateway meeting?
I've already reached out to the county for a gateway meeting,
Okay,
We had,
but if,
well, we had talked about that. If you've already
Yeah.
talked to them, that's great.
okay,
They're gonna say to you, well, we need to talk to the planning board. They need to either authorize it, request it. So if you get their indication that, they'd like to do a gateway, I'm fine with it.
okay,
But
thank you,
you talk to them and convince them that it's appropriate,
okay,
okay?
will do.
Okay, anybody else? Anybody else?
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Thank you
all.
so much. Thank you for your time.
All right.
yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve. Thanks for the
Thank you.
Okay, Scott,
Thank you.
Yeah, it is.
so if everybody would get to their part 3.
Yeah, that's back on already.
Yeah, it worked.
Do you need me to print one out? Do you want me to print one out?
Would you?
Yeah.
I'll just take a. This is just, does everybody have internet?
It's
Oh,
been
yeah.
on and off. I don't know if I have.
No, I think the reason why it was so difficult is because there were so many people here before.
It's a lot of people on at the same time.
Yeah, and I think now it's much better.
There's an irony there.
So
There's,
you need to go to Municalab into the section called seeker. And pull up the part 3. I'm gonna go through that in a summary fashion. And then right below that or above it on Municalab is the CMD. I've asked Stacy, I can't get anything on my computer. Sorry,
What did you just say about the CND?
the conditional negative debt, the resolution for the conditional negative debt is also in Municalab. It's in the seeker section.
it went away again.
I have no problem.
You have nothing?
I have no problem.
Oh, you have no problem?
No problem.
Okay.
Just the Swiss thing. You run like clockwork.
So just for the board and for the public.
Is it
what
the,
would-
excuse me, is this the document dated 4/9/2026?
Yes, that's the one.
Revised for.
You said 4/9, right?
4/9.
For another.
Yep.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Oh, all right, I was looking at the date of the.
It's always the same. I'm first generation. Get her out.
Really information. I'll eat his. You can bribe me all you want, I won't get it. One for you. It's delicious. I can. I love you. Thank you.
All right, just as you handed me this, I was able to get into the system, so. All right, so it's in the, it says environmental assessment form, EAF part 3, draft FEAF. Dated 4/9/2026. Okay. So the last time we spoke of this, this has been significantly amended. And I'm not going to read every page, but I'm going to try to summarize what we have here. First page just goes through some basic information about when the project was brought to us. The steps that we're taking in terms of seeker have already been taken or are being taken. It makes notice of the number of documents that have been reviewed. The people who have acted as guides to us, including Matt Allen, Doug Fishman, Greg Bolner, Dave Church, and Dave Borden. Just a comment, as long as I mentioned the name Matt Allen, at some point when I finish going quickly over this FEAF, Dave and I have had extensive discussions about the issue of Allen and potential conflict of interest. So I asked him to be able to address that with us tonight at some point when we go through all of the other details here. And the board will be able to ask questions about anything here or ask questions about the conflict of interest. I'm on page 2 of 3, and that is a summary of the impact categories. And it's marked as to number, section, subsection, and whether or not it was a yes or a no in terms of that section. And let's start with the impact on plants and animals. You see that on page 4. And if you remember, we did go over this last time. The work that had been done by Verizon, by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, how the Fish and Wildlife Service had reviewed the information given to them by Verizon, how, for better or for worse, their lack of a definitive response signal that they had no response or signal that they had no problem with what was being proposed in terms of the application that was done by Verizon. We talk on page 5. The radio frequency impact on impact on animals, plants and animals being preempted by the Federal Telecommunications Act. We had extensive input from the public on that. We had extensive letters written by Verizon and by our attorney regarding whether or not we could consider, or if it was preempted. We determined that it was preempted, or we wrote it as being preempted in this document. Then we go on to talk about some of the flora or fauna that may be impacted, and answers to that in terms of the purple wild bergamot plant, which Dave Church addressed we have mitigation for that, but Dave Church addressed it with the National Heritage Program. Information here regarding eagles and other raptors nesting on the tower, potentially nesting on the tower. We went through that. We went through and commented on the concerns exhibited or mentioned by the public, rather, about birds in the area that had been noticed as being present in the area through a program that was used by members of the public. We addressed that. Dave provided us with information through his contacts at Minnewaska State Park concerning bird strikes and whether or not they have had bird strikes, how many, bird injuries, bird deaths, and apparently, according to what Dave's reported, they have none. The strikes and the deaths and injuries have been caused more by impacts to windows as opposed to any of the towers that are on the property. That was the subject of Dave's inquiries. On page 7, we go through what impact, or rather, I'm sorry, page 7 and 8, we go through the mitigation conditions, and those I do want to go through one by one. First mitigation under the section 7, impact on plants and animals. No external lights shall be placed on the proposed tower antenna to avoid attracting animals, including migratory birds. Next one, number 2, there will be anti-nesting design measures taken to discourage potential bird nesting on the proposed facility. The applicant provided us with some samples of that, and I believe the board had that. I sent it out sometime in that last week as to what that would consist of. Number 3, all groundwork, including tree cutting, will follow New York State DEC protocols for construction activities within potential habitat of northern long-eared bat and Indiana bat. Number 4, land disturbance will be minimized to the smallest area necessary to complete the equipment compound and to erect the proposed tower. This area shall be mapped and field delineated in advance as to the maximum area of disturbance. Number 5, all tree removal will follow protocols set by the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation for relevant bird species. Number 6, the area of ground disturbance will be surveyed by an ecology or related expert prior to construction to provide the town with recommendations for any species or habitat mitigation. Number 7, construction activity will be monitored in the field by a qualified professional or by a staff person chosen by the town in cooperation with the town code enforcement officer. Number 8, any plantings with landscaping will use native species chosen in advance. Number 9, in the event the applicant identifies any permanent in the project area, it will be required to carefully remove or replant it in other areas of the property. 10, submission of an as-built drawings to be reviewed and approved by the town code enforcement officer with the town engineers. So those are the mitigation conditions for potential impacts to plants and animals. The next item is impact on aesthetic resources. And I'll read the items. The proposed action may be visible from publicly accessible vantage points, either seasonally or year-round. The situation or activity in which viewers are engaged while viewing the proposed action is routine travel by residents, including travel to and from work. And 9F, there are similar projects visible within the following distances of the proposed project: half mile to 3 mile, 3 to 5 miles, and 5 miles plus. So we went through, the people who composed this went through this, talking about the impacts on the aesthetic resources, talked about all the work that had been done in terms of the balloon test, defined what the DEC rules and regulations are around how to evaluate aesthetic impacts. That's on page 10. So this is the standard by which we need to evaluate what impacts, if any, there are to inventory resources. We also had, we addressed the work that was done by Tectonic, and with respect to visual impact assessment, references the work that Matt Allen did with Tectonic, having both 2 times told them that the work was inadequate and it was redone. Once by Tectonic, that was in mid-spring of last year. And then again, in terms of some other work that Tectonic had done, Matt Allen had a problem with that. So in fact, Matt Allen had to perform all the work that Tectonic did not want to perform, did not know how to perform, whatever the case may be. So Matt Allen was employed in order to redo all of that work. So that's on page 10 and 11. On page 12, speak about we spoke about the balloon test. We believe that the balloon test was done adequately. Later in this document, we do address the issue of the use of the pictures, so we'll get to that in a minute. We also talk about the involvement of Minnewaska State Park and the management of Minnewaska State Park. They had initially indicated that they were concerned with visual impact, and later on, they wrote an additional letter upon pointing out that some of the pictures that they were relying on were not correct or needed different interpretation because of the way in which they had taken the pictures or used the pictures. So we received a letter from Joshua Laird stating that they were satisfied with the work done. And PIPSI does not believe that the town will create significant negative visual impacts at the visitor centers along the ADA path or Stony Hill Falls. And then we talked about the mitigation conditions, or rather mitigation items to deal with the aesthetic resources on page 14. We're going to require the use of stealth design monopine to camouflage the tower, no exterior lighting. By the way, on the stealth design, at the last meeting, we decided what kind of stealth design it was going to be. That'll be covered in the site when we do the site plan portion of the decision later on in May, June. But we had decided it would be what we call the flat top monopine, which would be at 125 feet with a center line of 120 feet. No exterior lighting, use of non-reflective tower and equipment colors to blend into the background, reduction of the maximum height of the tower at any and all times to 120 feet, 25 feet above ground level, the minimum needed to meet telecommunication user demand, based upon independent advice from the town's telecommunications technical expert, which was Doug Fishman. Screening of equipment compound from Granite Road, from nearby apartment complex, and from all nearby residential structures. They're using native vegetation as well as fencing. Submission of as-built drawings and landscaping plan to be reviewed and approved by town code enforcement officer. And post-construction inspection by the code enforcement officer at a time period suitable to ensure corrective measures will be taken to replace any screening or plantings if necessary. And then we went on to talk about.
Can I just? Executive Director's Laird's final letter did say they were still concerned about the visibility from the road overlooks and recommended use of the monopine.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And in fact, Matt Allen was asked to do additional visual simulations from 4455, which he provided in his report, and which this board will have to decide in its resolution whether or not we were satisfied with the results of that. On page 14, section 15 of the Part 3, impact on noise, odor, and light. And the specific item, the proposed action may produce sound above noise levels established by local regulation. And on page 14 and 15, we go through the work that had been done by a consultant to Tectonic that evaluated the noise impact of the generators going off once every 2 weeks or in an emergency situation. That was reviewed by our engineer, Greg Bolner. And it was found that it meets the town code, the section of the town code 140-20 general commercial industrial standards. So it meets that code well within the parameters and the tolerances of that code. And so on page 15, we came up with mitigation conditions for any impacts from noise. Number 1, a dark clapboard style enclosure of an area surrounding any generator should be constructed of sound mitigation materials with additional native plant screening set with site plan approval. All generator exhaust shall be directed away from the nearby apartment complex. 2, additional sound mitigation may be required if there are co-locators. Number 3, time of day generator biweekly testing shall be between 9 and 5. Post-construction sound testing with corrective measures required if determined by town code enforcement officer with the assistance of the town engineer. Additionally, similar sound mitigation will be required for any additional generators or sound producing equipment installed on the site. So that's takes care of noise. On page 16, consistency with community character. We went through that. Dave Church and a number of members of the board went through a number of different documents, town documents, including the comprehensive plan, natural heritage plan, open space plan. And their research found that there's no guidance given to help define the community character of the Granite Road neighborhood. So the board acknowledges that the town code requires us to take a look at it. We had at one point been advised by our visual expert that something local like this might fall under the DEC. I'll call it admonition on DEC rules regarding mitigation of visual impacts, and we decided that we would not accept that, and instead is part of the reason why we came up with the monopine as a way of getting around any visual impact, any local visual impact and impact on community character. On page 17, we address the needs analysis, and we're relying on study by Doug Fishman, who indicated that what the applicant had wanted in terms of 145 feet was, my words, excessive, and the needs could be met with an antenna with a center line of 120 feet, with a maximum height of 125 feet. So that's exactly what we're going to be recommending in this conditional negative declaration. So that takes care of the issue of height, and the issue of needs analysis will be dealt with in the site plan, because it's in the site plan that the needs analysis and the work done by Doug Fishman again, input from Verizon, input from Mr. Chamberlain, and I believe Mr. Comey. That'll all be dealt with in the site plan portion of the decision. Mitigation conditions for impacts on community character. On page 17 and 18, you see them there. So that's the FEAF part 3. And the one item that we didn't have here was the issue raised about conflict of interest. So Dave, I'm going to let you deal with that one.
Signs ready? We've got, as a board is aware, we had, I think, at least 2 submittals on alleging a conflict of interest against Matt Allen. One from Bob Berg, who's the attorney for Larry and Michelle, and the other was written in writing from Larry, and we've had a couple of oral statements as well. The requested remedy for the alleged conflict of interest, as the board is probably aware, is to essentially not only fire Matt, or otherwise relieve him, whatever the word is, but also disregard everything that was done for us, hire a new consultant, which I haven't even begun to get my head around what that would mean. It would put us somewhere back near the starting point of ground zero, because Matt advised us extensively on the procedure to develop the visual impact evidence, the photographs, the balloon tests, the simulations. And so we'd be going back to some point pretty far back, unless we can cut it short. What I'd like to do is I'd like to address the legal aspects of this, and then both sort of let the board know where I think it goes and invite the board's questions, because I do not want to be imposing my own my own vision of what the quote unquote right answer is here. This is the board's decision. This is actually now a critical part of our findings. Because obviously the visual impact analysis is fundamental to the seeker review. In general, with respect to cell towers, it's probably the most important single environmental impact. And so the board has to be satisfied where it comes out. Where I'd like to start with is the law. And I also want to point out as an overall here, I'm going to zoom out a little bit because conflict of interest questions, first of all, they can be somewhat emotional. They are typically ad hominem in that they don't get to the issue, they get to the person and what the person's been doing. And people can get sucked in based on the facts that our attention is being focused on, but it's very, very important to get perspective on conflict of interest issues. So where I'd like to start out is what the law looks at as a conflict of interest. And conflicts of interest are both described and also addressed in both state law and in the town code. And a couple of things to point out here is, first of all, conflicts of interest are almost always described in terms of pecuniary interest. So a person's got to have money involved with it, with the issue. Second of all, conflicts of interest are also typically described in terms of a municipal official, public official making a decision. And thirdly, conflicts of interest are typically described, and I can read the portions of the definitions. And this is somewhat odd for members of the planning board because it's not what the planning board does. But conflicts of interest are typically described as interest in a contract. So, and if you stop and think about it, and again, step back from where we're sitting tonight, the real concern for conflicts of interest, the primary concern going back to whenever the general municipal law was drafted, was a public official, let's say the commissioner of a department, awarding a contract, and awarding a contract that he or she has an interest in, meaning that he or she's going to make money on, as in awarding a contract to his own firm, awarding a contract to his wife's firm, or her husband's firm, awarding a contract to his children. And that's why, and I'll just read very quickly. The basic prohibition in conflicts of interest, which under the general municipal laws under section 801, says basically no municipal officer or employee shall have an interest in any contract with the municipality of which he or she is an officer or employee. That's state law, and the town code has a similar definition. So the first thing here is that under the law, this is a little bit different. This is not, we're not alleging that, somebody on this board is letting out a contract and making piles of money off. This is a series of determinations or a series of interpretations by a person who's here is a consultant. This person is not, at least arguably, depending. There are different interpretations, but basically, Matt working here is not making. Matt doesn't have a vote. You guys have the vote, and if you had an interest in Verizon, however that interest is defined, that'd be one thing. But this is a consultant, and that's going to be very important as we look at this going forward. And so, the short message here is that under the basic definitions, this is not sort of a classic conflict of interest. Now, there are some cases, and it's a pretty commonly known area of law where the courts don't just simply consign the issue of, conflicted interested decision making to simply letting out contracts. There's also the vote that you guys take on various issues and the town board as well. And so if it doesn't fall within the strict definition, there's a concept of an appearance of a conflict of interest. And what that's reserved for is some pretty egregious examples of where there is some sense of self-dealing on the part of decision makers such as this board, but it doesn't fall within the classic definition. But they're also pretty egregious examples. And I'd like to just and again, I want to do this real quickly, and I want to turn to your questions because I don't mean this to be a seminar on this issue. This is an issue that every conflict of interest and ethical question is always very fact specific. There's always a lot of legal and ethical themes that go into it, and it always depends on the specific situation. And we could spend, there are literally seminars on this stuff, and I don't want to burden anybody with that. It's already a fairly late hour, so I want to move through this quickly. And if you guys don't want me to, just, we can be done with it. But I just want to give you a quick sense of how the courts view an appearance of a conflict of issue, which is interest, which is serious enough to actually, for example, invalidate a board's decision. And I'll give you two examples in particular. And one was, and this is a case called Peterson versus Corbin. And it's a case where a county legislator essentially voted on appointee to the OMB board, not OMB, I'm sorry, the OTB board, the off-track betting, which is going back, this is going back now to the it's going back to 25 years. And the problem was he was essentially an employee of OTB. He worked in one of the OTB offices, and he was also a member of the union. And so he was basically appointing the board that would be overseeing his job and also the union and negotiating with the union that he was a part of. And the board ruled the court ruled, and this is the second department, the appellate decision, that this was not an appearance of a conflict of interest. That in essence, the alleged interest was simply too attenuated, was too small, really, in terms of the decision that was being made. In the other case, which is really the cornerstone case that established this appearance of a conflict of interest, there were board members of, let's say, a town board that voted to approve a project that, and this is a little bit complicated, that essentially was for a major company that hired their employer as an advertising, a PR firm. And that was ruled a conflict of interest. But part of the reason here was that there were very, very egregious facts. These board members were essentially going out the door. It was in December, and they were locking in the approval of the project before they got out. And so that was really the driver here. And I want to give you a sense of that, for this is, just because there's a pattern of somebody working for somebody else at some point doesn't necessarily jump to the level of the types of issues that perhaps the commenters are alleging, that there's a scale here that needs to be taken into account in the scheme of things. Having said that, so the first thing I would pose is that I don't believe as a legal matter, this is a legal conflict of interest. I don't think it's at that scale. We will discuss that, because where I'd rather turn the board's attention to is a couple of interesting things here. The commenters, particularly Bob Berg's letter, which I have it up here, if I can get the date for you, but he never actually alleges that the board is violent, if the board were to continue with Matt Allen as their consultant, that they're actually violating any standard of conduct. He talked about Matt violating a particular standard of conduct, which is the code of conduct for, I guess, landscape architects. But in terms of the board's decision-making, there's never really an allegation that the board is violating a standard of conduct. The good news is, in his letter, he does actually cite the standard, which I believe is applicable here, which is not the ethical standard of conflicts of interest or anything like that. It's actually this board taking a hard look at the seeker issues. In this case here, the seeker issue we're talking about is visual impact. And he does cite that, and I think he's right. So the question for this board that I really want you to focus on is that, given the particular facts that are being alleged here, which we can talk about at greater length, especially depending on, how far you want to go with it, is, are you satisfied that the board will have taken the hard look that is necessary in order to fulfill our obligations under seeker? And what that really means is, in light of the work that Matt did for the board, and in light of the way that the board has taken his work and otherwise gone forward with all the evidence that's been created, are you satisfied that you were able to take that hard look, given the facts that have been adduced, I guess, against him and against the board? With respect to the facts of the case, let's just call it as it is. The facts that have been alleged is essentially that Matt worked as a direct consultant for Verizon about 7 years ago, and that continued into a court case about that ended 5 years ago. I'm not exactly sure what the date of his affidavit was. That may have been back in I think, was it 2020? So 6 years. the affidavit was 2020.
2020 that appeared in the court case of 2021, I believe.
So I think basically the numbers is Matt's consulting was primarily in 2019. His affidavit for the court case was 2020. This is for Verizon directly, and the decision was in 2021. If there's a possibility of more off by a year in that. And that his work for Homeland, which is an independent cell tower applicant and siting agency that has extensive contracts with Verizon in terms of siting Verizon towers, is continuing up, is extensive and continues up to the present day. So the question for the board is whether or not these facts diminish the confidence that the board has in his work sufficiently to interfere with your hard look, and alternatively, whether you believe we're better off essentially dismissing all of that work and either starting over again or in some ways patching it up with another consultant. So those are the basic facts. And I would advise a couple more items to consider before I get into your questions. I promise I don't, I'll just introduce it very quickly and then we can move on to where you guys want to go with it. The first is Bob Berg's letter asked the board, among other things, to find out how much of Saratoga's business was dependent essentially on Homeland. And Rick had an exchange of emails with Matt, and I think it came down to 3 years in a row. The last 3 years, I think it was between 1.5% and 3% of Saratoga's, different for each of the 3 years, but it was between 1.5% and 3% of Saratoga's revenue was coming from Homeland. So that may be a valuable data point. Also, last month, the last time we spoke about this, what I suggested orally was looking at Matt's contributions carefully. I viewed it in two separate batches. One was the technical advice that he gave us in terms of how to structure the evidence, and the ultimate development of that evidence, the visual evidence, the simulations, the whole thing. And then later on, sort of the overall evaluations as to the significance, really the ultimate questions. And my thought was that this board took the overall evaluations and wherever Matt was coming from, and we kind of made our own determinations on all of those. That was my thought on that. You guys can look within yourselves and decide how you handled that. But I thought there were some recommendations that we just cast aside because we wanted to move in a different direction. Obviously, I think we, and you guys again can answer that. It's really for you. I think we took a lot of his advice with respect to the structuring of the testing and the development of the evidence. There was one more thing I wanted to mention, but yeah, there's also a minor factor, which is that I think we're all aware that Matt's advice, especially on those technical areas, resulted in Verizon having to double back for over the course of a couple of months, spend a lot more money, take a lot of time in redoing certain things. And the question would be whether or not, somebody who was, I mean, the allegation is basically that he was in Verizon's pocket, would have been doing something like that. And there's one more thing, and I remember the one last data point I want to point out. I don't want to load you guys down with too much because you're going to have your own questions and there's a lot floating around here. But one of the things that interested me in all this was what the specific allegation was against him in terms of if somebody is the commissioner of parks or something like that, and they award a contract to their spouse's company for, let's say, $50,000 to do something. What the allegation is there. They are taking public money, giving it to a firm that's going basically into their pocket. And what I wanted to think through here is what is the allegation specifically about Matt? And I'll get to what Bob Berg said about it, because he only said one thing and I thought it was interesting and I didn't actually really understand it. Maybe you guys did better. But what is the argument here that Matt Allen, working with the board, was somehow putting money into his pocket by again, this is the allegation, at least reading between the lines, and it wasn't always stated clearly for whatever reason, but that he's essentially biasing or moving this out, this application forward, so, you know, getting it done for Verizon. And how is the allegation that he's essentially putting money into his pocket? How does it work? And because it's not the same as just awarding a contract, and I think it's important for the board to consider because they don't really get to it. And I want to mention what Bob said on this because I thought it was really interesting. And I'll mention that this is in his letter. I think it was on page 5 or somewhere toward the beginning of his letter, and I want to read it. He says that Mr. Allen and his firm have a deep business association, that's just a general phrase, but I want to get to the second phrase, a deep business association and financial interest in the success of Verizon's cell tower business. That is the specific allegation, the only one that I could see other than what we might imagine. I'll read it again. Financial interest in the success of Verizon's cell tower business. That's the allegation. And presumably it's financial interest in Verizon's cell tower business because of his work with Homeland, which is ongoing. When I read that, and right now, I don't really understand what the allegation is. The most natural reading of that, financial interest in the success of Verizon's cell tower business, is that if the cell tower gets permitted, he's going to make money, not necessarily on this specific cell tower, which would really be a classic conflict of interest. Let's say he owns the site or he owns an interest in this particular tower, but rather there's some benefit because of the success or the prosperity of Verizon's cell tower business. Maybe the allegation is that Homeland would get more contracts. If Verizon's got a successful cell tower business, they're liable to have more applications. They'll get more business. I don't really know what this means. I'm throwing it out to you guys so you can see and hear the specific allegation and you can figure out whether this allegation is sufficient to do what they are asking us to do. But I also want to mention what is not mentioned here, what is obvious, because I think it's one of the moving pieces of this, and I think it's what many of the residents are presuming. And I think what the allegation is here, and I don't know if Bob is just being polite or he doesn't want to get there, but the allegation, I believe, is that if Matt were to do anything other than box the board into producing an approval, that Verizon would functionally fire him and or fire his firm, which is Saratoga Associates. That's not mentioned. It's relatively impolite. I don't know if that's why Bob didn't mention it, but those are the two things on the table for you to consider in terms of the specific allegation here. So having said all that, those are the moving pieces that I see in terms of this board's determination, whether you took the hard look and whether what has been provided to you is poisoned enough to wreck that hard look. And at this point, if you guys have any questions, we can begin to think it through. And that's, I regret taking up a lot of time, but go ahead.
So I wanted to address this before I knew that you were gonna talk to us about it, because I feel very strongly that there's no conflict of interest here and that it's a complete non-issue. We as a town routinely call upon consultants, local consultants, who appear on our behalf and advise us, and then appear on the behalf of a applicant on the other side of the table. And by virtue of their professionalism, those things are not an issue. And that's exactly what we have here. We've vetted a professional who has dealings on both sides of the table. And he's actually an asset to us. That's the way I see it, because he's provided information and advice and so on to Verizon in the past. So what I will say is that so that's the starting point. I just don't see, you put it in legal terms, I put it in practical terms, that just because he's worked on both sides of the table, that's how I phrase it, doesn't mean that there's a conflict of interest. But to back that up, when you go through the methodology, his professional approach, and also the fact that not only have all of us sifted through all this material again and again and again, we've had hundreds of members of the public sifting through this as well. And I don't recall anyone actually saying, aha, like there's a bias here. And so that's why I feel strongly that, this is just a non-issue that keeps coming up, but I just don't think it's an issue at all because we haven't seen the bias. And I think that we've actually seen the opposite. And to your point, it's not as though we took on, his recommendations and just went with it and he flavored our approach. This was also just part of our analysis. So that's all I have to say.
I want to make 2 points that piggyback on that. And the first is, there's an implication in the comments that this, as you put it, both sides of the table is inappropriate. And I want to point out to the board that there are different ethical expectations and standards for technical experts, and you alluded to that a little bit, I forgot exactly your phrase, and lawyers. And most people are more familiar, I think, with sort of what the lawyer's ethics would be than what a technical, like what an engineer's ethics would be. And when lawyers then find themselves on both sides of the table, that's a problem.
Right.
I mean, it's an ethical problem that absolutely has to be addressed, and almost every law firm is going to have a compendium of who we've worked for before. And it's not just the individuals, who anybody in the law firm has worked for. And the reason is there are two factors that are important for lawyers. One is that our job is to be advocates. We are advocating for zealous advocates for a particular person. And the second is that we have a continuing obligation of responsibility, of loyalty. And so if you've worked for Verizon, even back 7 years ago, as a lawyer, you have a continuing obligation of loyalty. And so now if I find myself on the other side of the table, we have to go back and reconcile that somehow. It doesn't mean we can't do it, but it means we got to start informing people and everybody's understanding that we're in a different place, et cetera. And Greg, you can comment on this, but engineers and technical experts have a little bit different set of expectations. They're supposed to look at a technical issue and tell a technical truth and protect public safety. Now, we all know that and we've seen this in these applications, that engineers working on a particular side are going to focus a little bit more on the facts that are favorable to what they're doing. But it is a different thing to just simply look at, let's say, an engineer or a landscape architect or whatever, who happen to be on different sides, especially over the course of a couple of years, and immediately assume that it's a conflict of interest. And Greg, you can comment on that, but to further Dave's point, this board and other boards, we are constantly hiring experts, and we don't always grill the expert on how far back in the past you go. We expect that when you step forward in here, the advice that you give us is honest. And so I would just throw out that the idea that Matt worked several years ago for Verizon directly is not a particular issue. We do have to look at the Homeland Towers issue and look at, what is he doing now? You do want to be careful about something like that. And the question would be, given the facts that we have, that he's continuing to do this, but that it's essentially 1 to 3% of his business on a particular year, how much that affects what we're doing. One other point to get to what Dave said is, I think it's very important here to look at the people who are objecting to Matt's contribution to us, is setting aside the allegation of a conflict of interest, is what are the specific criticisms of that advice and of the board's determinations? To what extent have they pointed to either something that Matt has said or something the board has done, generating the photographs, the locations for the balloon test itself, the simulations, the whole bunch of it. And to what extent have we been told you've done this wrong? You missed this particular vantage point. This is obviously an important issue. This is and I've seen the overall attack as a conflict as a kind of what we call in the law conclusory. But if you were to, instead of just throwing the whole thing out and starting all over again, if you were to decide, well, we're going to toss out particular things that they're upset about and rethink those, what would they be?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and
Yeah, there's one other thing, and that is the point that was raised that Matt had somehow obscured his past relationship with Verizon. He's responded to that. I'm more than satisfied with that answer. I don't think that there was like a real attempt to hide that he'd worked for Verizon in some capacity in the past. That once again, it's not borne out in the methodology and what we're saying.
that's a
Not- not-
collateral, I mean, to just put it again in the box of the board, at least the way I understand it. That's a secondary issue where the argument is that he has not been fully forthcoming. The two areas where that becomes an important issue are, does that lead to suspicion or a sense that he, therefore he's got something to hide, which I believe, I think Larry alleged it in there was written comments, there was oral comments, or both. So does that indicate that there is more to hide here than what we're otherwise seeing? And also, it's a aspect of the ethical standard that Bob Berg cited in his letter, which is that if you look at the ethics for the profession, where there is enough of a potential conflict so to call his judgment into question, he has to disclose. There's a number of reasons why I would suggest that it's going pretty far out on a limb. Number one is it gets back to, is there that much of a judgment problem? Number two, it's not actually the law in New York State. And number three, as an ethics problem, it's the ethics. That's something for, if they want to go ahead and bring Matt up before the ethics board for his own, I guess it's the state education department. But the issue for this board, again, is are we taking a hard look? And does the issue that they've raised, which is the argument that he hasn't been completely forthcoming, affect the hard look? I would also give as a counterpoint to that the commenters have elevated this quote unquote conflict as an issue of primary importance. That they've expressed that it's so obvious that a judge would force us out of the get rid of the shot clock, force us back into it. That's their viewpoint, but again, looking at it with a little bit more perspective, I don't think it was that much of a compelling issue as to exactly when he worked for Verizon, whether it was the 7 years ago that he was working as directly advising them, or 6 years ago when he did his affidavit, or 5 years ago when it was published. If he did, if he missed one of those details, it's up to this board again to determine whether that incomplete disclosure is enough again to ruin your confidence in the advice that he gave you, and on your reliance on that on that advice. So that's how I would frame all that.
Anybody else on the board?
I can add. So for context, I've spent maybe 10 years of my professional career authoring environmental impact statements or working on very large capital infrastructure projects. And in that time, I've worked with many subject matter experts on everything from noise to aesthetic resources to, everything you can imagine under secret. And my experience, and this is again in my day job, but my experience is that if you're seeking out a very good subject matter expert, because they're a very good expert, they have worked for everyone. And so the best experts will always have private sector, public sector, they're going to have everything on their resume. And what I've seen from Matt Allen is reliable work. I don't believe he has a conflict of interest based on the resume and what he's given us, but to further that, his quality of work, in my opinion, is very good. And I think that speaks to the fact that we didn't have material comments that were, changing the scope or the nature of his submittals, in terms of the quality of his work and the reliability of his work. So that's kind of my perspective on it.
I'd like to make one more point, and I promise it's going to be really quick here. I spent a number of years, as you guys may know, essentially working for citizens, either for a citizens group on among a number of things, but including land use applications, representing a citizens group, and later on in my as an independent attorney, also working for citizens. That's been clearly the bulk of my practice in terms of time. And I understand the frustration that occurs when the consultants for the board are also consultants for industry. And this does not relate to whether Matt was working for Verizon or Homeland or not. It could have been the same as if he was working for AT&T or anybody else, because what you worry about is whether or not the consultant actually gets your perspective. And very often the perspective for citizens groups is, and I'm not in any way being pejorative, we don't want this being built. It's an intrusion into our area. You need to start from that starting point instead of some other starting point. And the concern is that if you hire an engineer or a consultant, whatever, that goes ahead and works for an industry in some other town or whatever, and so it's not a direct conflict of interest, could be a completely different company, and they're piggybacking on that. And I don't know if this is true or not. I'm just saying I get this perspective. And so that you're going to come in with a suspicion of independent consultants working for the board whose firm, or they go back at night and the next day they're working for industry, because it creates an approach to all of these issues, whether it's a cell tower or a subdivision. And I live with that for years. I mean, you try to get a subdivision stopped because it's going to mess up the area, it's going to cause too much traffic. And depending on the particular consultant you try to hire, particularly as a citizen, I mean, good luck trying to find a traffic engineer, for example, that doesn't work for industry. It's not a thing. In some types of consulting, it's easier than others. And I was lucky enough to find environmental engineers that were good with runoff issues, et cetera. But I understand that that level of concern, and I do not know whether that is driving this particular issue. It could be other things too that I won't speculate on, but I do respect that problem, but it's the way it works. There's just a lot more, money coming from industry on these applications than there is, in terms of the environmental protection end of things. And in fact, the citizens, to the extent they hired environmental experts, they were basically mostly national experts that they were able to bring in as part of that were very active with certain types of advocacy than necessarily local folks who were always, who hung out a shingle and then went around and helped citizens deal with planning board issues. And so I do understand that. I don't know if that's what is going on here. They haven't made that allegation. They've made the allegation of conflict of interest. But to the extent that is this concern, you're talking about a bias issue that's just pro-industry bias. It can be a problem, but I don't believe it's something that's actionable in any way under the conflict of interest laws.
Let's get it. Anybody else?
I'm in agreement with everything that
Yeah,
you're saying.
I mean,
It's
with-
very common.
Yeah.
So let's,
there's a very limited, if you're in this industry like Matt is, there's a very limited number of customers. It's a finite number. You can serve huge.
so,
Has the interveners hired a visual consultant to dive into this to say that there's an actual conflict?
Or
Yes.
a floor in the.
And in this work, correct me if I'm
themselves,
wrong,
right?
I think Matt Allen's group made sure that they thought that all the testing and that Verizon was doing and the photo simulations were correct and were of the most current data. I don't believe that at the end of the day, Matt Allen said he came to a conclusion of what we should do. Correct, right?
Well,
He just provided the information, made sure that the data was collected properly, and
he did give certain advice, partly because we asked him for it. But as I think Dave mentioned, this board took an independent review of the advice that Matt gave us. For example, when he said that the state rules require a look at the vantage points from inventoried resources. And the board made a determination, and I was I think, involved in this. I think I advised the board, but, you know, as a local seeker agency, you have also to look at the impact on neighborhoods and things like that. And so, you know, we took his perspective. He was giving it to us. In fact, he wrote it up in his determination, and then he said he did recognize that ultimately. He also gave us certain advice relating to the submittals, the photo submittals from the citizens.
Yes.
And that was something that one of the commenters directly objected to, I think it was last month or 2 months ago.
Oh, right.
This comment, and we set that aside. We said we're going to take a good look at those photos, but to the extent that, you know, we need to have verification of them, that may be a problem. So the point is, I think on the overall issues, I think that we did take an independent look, and you guys can determine that for yourselves, but it was certainly apparent to me. But on the nuts and bolts of this, I think we did follow him, and so the board's
Okay, so-
determination is whether or not that poses a
So do
problem.
we need, I think the board is in agreement that they don't see a conflict. Do we need to add a paragraph in part 3 that to craft right now? Do we need to add a paragraph?
You know, I took a look, and we do have a summary paragraph in the part 3, and I don't think we need to add anything more, but if the board wants to, we can, but I
Where
think.
is the summary paragraph?
I must have known. It was right at the end of the visual. Or might, hold on. Maybe it was in the,
Is in the same document.
it might have been in the draft CND. I think it was in the draft CND. It is. We'll have a whole,
Page 3 starts.
where do we go? Hold on. Page 3? Okay.
Here it is, Don. First, the attorney letter cites no state or local law. The last 2 paragraphs addresses it. Starting on page 3.
Yeah, we have an extended breakdown of Matt's contribution starting in 4.3, which is
Well, you know what, let me answer it this way. I'm not hearing the board having any concerns, and agree with your analysis of whether there was a conflict or not. Is that true? Okay, so, go ahead.
I would just say, you know, it might not hurt to reiterate the fact that we had the discussion and considered it.
Let me read the paragraph that we have, and you guys can decide if you want to have another sentence put on it. Because
Is it on page 3 or 4?
right above number 4, the last thing in number 3 on the CND, at least in we've had a few copies going around, so hopefully this is the correct one. It says, in each of these instances, meaning all of the issues that we had broken down, the board has complied with the elemental seeker requirement that the lead agency be responsible for its own evaluation of prospective environmental impact rather than delegating such determination. And in this case, we're talking about delegating it to Matt. And there are cases that hold that the board itself, as the lead agency, has to make its own determination. And so
Does that satisfy, Peter?
Yeah, I mean, I just, we're spending a lot of time on this, and I agree that I don't feel there's a conflict of interest here based on my interactions with him, the work that was done, the lack of, problems that anybody had with the stipulations of locations at the time. We laid out all that work and we didn't have any problems with it. The fact that I just don't see that this is a conflict of interest in a lot of ways, but I think that we are spending a lot of time talking about it because it's been a big part of the discussions and the comments. And I think that, you know, I just suggesting that we may want to somewhere on page 3, when you talk about the conflict, just say that the board discussed this.
So is it a one sentence that
Yes,
says
it's-
the board
it's
explicitly
extensively-
addressed
Yep.
I mean, we can add this.
concerns about there being a bias and agreed what?
I would just say this.
Oh, wait a minute, hang on 1 second. So Peter, is this on page 3, everybody could go to the bottom of page 3. It says, so I think it might be there. Next to last paragraph, Mr. Allen's contribution to the board's review is largely completed, and the board has the technical visual impact information it needs to make the instant determination of significance. To the extent that the complaint being that he had a conflict, to the extent that the complaint can be read to demand that the board discard Mr. Allen's consultation today, the board makes the following findings and determinations. First, the attorney letter, Berg's letter, cites no state or local law or municipal code of ethics or case law that would disqualify a technical expert's contribution to the board. And it goes on and on and on to talk about why we're making our own decision.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
the record
Be redundant.
carries the fact that we just spent an hour, almost, talking about whether the board feels that there's a robust discussion with our attorney, whether we agree that there's no conflict of interest, and I think as long as it's in the record, I think we're good.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want another sentence, I can give you one, but I think, we're just building the lily at that point.
All right, so what I want to do is go to the CND, which is also, let's go through this. I'm gonna skim through this, you've read it already. The CND includes the conditions, the 25 conditions that we came up with. There's 25 of them amongst the items. So if we decide to approve this, the conditions are here, so we don't need to approve the part 3. We don't need to vote on the part
I think
3.
again, just like the other one, it is, it's in the first resolve is probably that we're approving the part 3. Let me just take a look
Just
here.
take a look.
First resolve, the board hereby adopts, number 1, the detailed analysis findings of the FEA of part 3, and also the findings there's another section here called, this is in, further reasons for support of this determination. So the first resolved here adopts the part 3 and adopts the further reasons in support of the determination, of which we've just discussed one, which is the analysis of MET. There's a couple of others there too. So if you vote for this, you are specifically adopting the findings in the part 3 and those 4 or 5 paragraphs we have at the, not the conditions, but right after the resolution.
Can I make another comment about it says at the back, FEAF part 3 exhibit A. Would it also be useful, do you recall that we had a single document created with all of the analyses that were completed as part of this review and include the
Oh, that
visuals?
spreadsheet?
Do you remember it was like 400 pages long?
No, it's the one that was 600 pages long.
Could we also reference that as an appendix?
Why?
Because
What?
oftentimes when I do environmental reviews, we include everything,
Right.
pit and caboodle, so that if
Well,
somebody wants.
It'll be in the record. If you wanted to create a reference, we certainly
I think
could.
it would be good to reference the
but
document and where it can be
It
found.
might be a trick to draft that in real time.
Right, what?
Well, if you want to pass the resolution, we'd have to draft
It
it now.
would just be, exhibit B, the reference to the location of it.
Oh, in Municalab?
Yeah, or wherever. I mean, it's publicly available, right?
So we'd be adopting as our record,
It was the
everything. in
first
Muni-
application, correct, in the binder or the second?
No, no, it was a document that Scott put together at Jennifer's request, I remember way back. July, August, it came out to about 6.
Can I change my mind? If
Of course
we
you can.
feel like that's too much, if we could just maybe add a sentence to the document that references that it's public.
You know what you would typically do in that situation? Because I would be very nervous about adopting all the findings and all those documents.
Exactly, I hear what you're saying.
So what you would typically do is you'd have a section on documents referenced by, in this application, or you could do it either in part 3 or here. But again, we just need another session to do
You
that.
don't need to, I think you could do it in the introduction and say that the findings herein are predicated on, and then you reference that.
I think what the attorney is saying to redo this in real time right now.
It's one sentence.
That the
Give me a
findings,
sentence.
the findings are predicated on.
Give me the sentence.
It would go, I don't know if it would go in the CND or we would put it in the EAF. But it would be a sentence in like upfront that just says, these findings, well, maybe findings is the wrong word, but this is predicated on a document, and you just reference it. You just make reference to the fact that it exists.
But it's not the only document.
But this-
This is predicated on a whole host of different documents.
In addition, and this is one of them.
This is, it says on page 1 of the draft EAF, during all of part of the year 2025-2026, the planning board has overseen an extensive deliberative process of reviewing the public application. This includes retention of professional consultant, multiple planning board sessions, the applicant, multiple public hearings, receipt of over 300 documents, including written public comments. But that,
Okay.
I mean,
Fine.
I'm a little nervous about adding something that we haven't really
Right.
gone through with a fine tooth comb. As a,
Jen, I can name right now, not the exact names, but 5 documents that went into these 2 documents. It was the one for 600 pages. It was the one for 400 pages that we got fairly recently where Scott answered a lot of the questions from the town code, not necessarily seeker related, but site plan related. We had multiple manuals. The first manual that came out in November 24, which was hundreds of pages. Another manual that came out, which was the VIA, and then another one, which was the VRE, the visual, all those documents. So I think it's covered here.
Okay.
I don't want to name a document that we're referring to as supporting this when we don't remember what was in there, except it was useful in compiling this.
I have 2 other questions. Right? One is a question that came up about zoning density. I just want to put that to bed, and understand that.
There's a paragraph in here, number 5, in the CND. Is that what you're referring to? It's on page 6 of the CND. Can I read it for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Zoning concern, one commentator raised concerns relating to the project compliance with the underlying zoning. In particular, adding the structure to a parcel already built out with residences. Under state law, the planning board does not have authority to interpret the zoning code to determine whether a project complies with the underlying zoning. Instead, this jurisdiction is vested with the code enforcement officer and the ZBA on appeal from the CEO determination. And when this was brought up, Dave Church also indicated, or maybe it was Dave Gordon, that, the time period for referring anything back to the CEO is, in their opinion, long past. And it was at the point in time where we were talking about going back to the CEO with this whole issue of the height, 45 feet, 90 feet, 100.5 feet. And we thought, oh my God, we got to go back there and ask them for reinterpretation. But it was in the context of that discussion that we said,
okay,
time's up,
Well,
so to speak.
no, the time that's up is for an appeal. There's a right, when the CEO makes the determination, there's a right of appeal to the ZBA. That time is up. Anybody at any time can ask for a CEO reinterpretation. And it's the CEO to go back and check his work. This board could do it, or any of the citizens can do it. It's just, you just go right, the CEO may not want to do it, and if he doesn't, then you're kind of out of luck because you haven't taken that appeal, but the citizens that are concerned about it could have done it, or we could do it, and but what we can't do is we can't make that determination, nor do we consult with we don't go sit down, talk to the CEO, and then come back and make a determination.
So I think what
It's
we're
just
saying.
flat out the CEO's determination and whatever inspires him to
So I think what we're
reconsider.
saying is that if we approve this, we're deciding that we're not going back to the CEO is the bottom line.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's my other last question is, and this actually covers 2 different things, is the height and co-location that came up again tonight. Because we're setting as one of our conditions at 125 feet. ACL, AGL, can't remember which is which. What is the deal on co-location in the future? And what would that process be?
Well, first of all, we have the same problem even if we went to 145. It's just, the problem is there, it's embedded in federal law. Although I think the applicant had, they were making a representation that their landlord would have committed to not go above what, would have denied a lease. Secondly, the way, and Scott can comment on this if I don't have it right, the way federal law works is that the planning board does not have jurisdiction to deny a co-location application and go up another 20 feet. That does not mean, in my book, if you want to just read, drill into the actual black letter, it doesn't mean that we don't have jurisdiction to permit it. It means we cannot deny it, which is not that dissimilar to some of the rules regarding the tower. If it comes before us again, do we have seeker jurisdiction, for example? Can we go through an environmental impact analysis and require treatments on, require a certain treatment on it. I don't see a denial of that authority, and so there may be some ability to do certain things with it, but ultimately, could they go above it? Probably yes.
Would they have to come back to us to do that?
Well, that's the argument, and I think Bob Berg had an interpretation of it. I'm not sure what Scott's interpretation of. My interpretation is that they would have to come back before us for the simple reason that we have permitting authority, but we don't have authority to deny it. But we have permitting authority for site plan approval, for an amended site plan approval, and seeker jurisdiction over it. In one of his submittals, I think Bob Berg expressly disagreed with that, and we can get into it in further. Did you have any thoughts on that?
I would just say that not only can you not deny it, if it's not improved in 60 days, it's deemed approved upon a letter from the applicant. So you have 60 days to.
So the shot clock gets brought down to 60 days?
60 days, and I would question whether seeker really applies. There's an argument that it's waived or it's been preempted, but.
What's the argument that it's waived or preempted?
Can you do it in 60 days?
Give us a try.
And
Besides,
I won't be, believe me, it's gonna be another carrier, it's not me.
Besides, your client has accepted the fact that this application has taken longer than 150 days because
Right.
you have viewed, I assume, the environmental review process as being useful toward ferreting out these issues. It could well be that your rival who comes along to build on top of the tower might view it the same way. This board, I would think that this board has done its job, and it may be in everybody's interest for the board to do its job. And so my guess is that these are issues that are somewhat unexplored. And to the extent that the citizens have been asking us to push the envelope a little bit on the law, I think that's one area where we'd probably do it a little bit.
What I will say, though, if the same case goes to your point, to the extent that another carrier comes along, I'm not saying they will or will not. If they do, and if they need to go higher, not saying they will or they will not. But we do have a lease amendment where, from a real estate perspective, the tower is capped at 145 feet. And we did that specifically because we took it out of the realm of the federal law. Federal law can affect your ability to do zoning, but they can't control the real estate process. So that was a concern of yours, so we addressed it in that manner.
Okay. Yeah, this is not perfect, but
Yeah.
I mean,
And then also related to this, the ZBA on Thursday, what is that about? Can you decode that for us?
A lot's gonna depend on what you do. I'm making the argument that if you come down to 125 feet, I don't know that we need a height variance. So I may table it.
we've disagreed on. I would point out one other thing. To the extent the citizens believe that the zoning is inappropriate, I would go to that ZBA hearing and tell that to the ZBA. The ZBA has ultimate jurisdiction over that, and they may not be all that, they may get past the idea that they should only do that on appeal and start asking a lot of questions about that. But that it's on that side of the town. In terms of the CEO and then the ZBA, they are the zoning people, and so I would just use the opportunity to just go right in there and make the zoning case to the ZBA. I think that's probably.
And when I spoke to the ZBA, it was a public meeting, I explained that my position, and their response was, we withdraw the application then, if you believe it's not needed. Now, I'm not saying we got to a resolution, I'm just saying, honestly, haven't thought about it.
Well, the zoning issue I'm talking about is not the height issue.
Okay.
There were allegations regarding, it was not non-conforming use, but a second use on the property, that the property is essentially already built out.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's.
That's not an issue before them right now.
No, but
Because
I'm
that
saying-
one- Yeah,
They wanted us to pick it up, and I kind of told them that it's in the building inspector.
Yeah.
If you're not gonna go to the building inspector, go tell it to the ZBA.
Okay, let's, so I think I think I should go through this to some degree of detail. So let me do that. This is the CND, it's on the system. It's a resolution, conditional negative declaration, April 13th. This conditional determination of non-significance is issued pursuant to section 617-.7D of the State Environmental Quality Review Act regulations. Whereas Granite LLC and Celco Partnership doing business as Verizon have applied to the Town of Rochester Planning Board for a special use permit and site plan approval of a proposed 145-foot monopole telecommunications tower related antenna improvements to an existing gravel access road and a new 50 by 50-foot fenced equipment compound on private land to be leased at 439 to 445 Granite Road, Cohasset, Town of Rochester, and whereas the applicant submitted part one of a full environmental assessment form and other relevant information and have updated the form in light of new information, and whereas the board circulated on 1/28/25 a notice of intent dated 1/27/25 to be seeker lead agency and became lead agency after 30 days on 2/27/25, and whereas the board conducted numerous public meetings during which evidence relating to the project was presented to the board by its consultant and the applicant, and whereas the board has held a public hearing commencing on 10/14/25 and extending through the date hereof, at which numerous comments from the public were presented to the board, and in the course of which numerous written comments were received from the public and its legal and technical consultants relating to the project, and whereas the board and its consultants have reviewed the application and its supporting materials, input from its consultants and comments from the public, completed parts 2 and 3 of the FEAF, and reviewed the requirements of seeker and other information in the record with respect to the project. Now therefore be it resolved that the board hereby adopts, 1, the detailed analysis and findings in the FEAF Part 3 annexed hereto and made a part hereof, and 2, the findings in the section below entitled Further Reasons in Support for this determination, and be it further resolved that the board as seeker lead agency determines pursuant to 617(7) of the seeker regulations that the project, with the imposition of the conditions set forth herein, will not have a significant adverse environmental impact requiring the preparation of a draft environmental impact statement, and be it further resolved that the board hereby directs that this conditional negative deck be filed and distributed in accordance with the applicable provisions of law, and be it further resolved that pursuant to seeker, a public comment period on this conditional negative declaration is hereby established to run through the close of business on May 2026, and notice thereof shall be published and filed in accordance with applicable provisions of law. I want to stop there. Dave Gordon, when it says to run through the close of business on May 2026, the public comment period is going to go for 30 days. And it's not, and we're not going to take up any matters until June 8th.
My intent in drafting this, and you can change it right now if you want, was to run the public hearing and the public comment period. Actually, this is just the comment period. Public comment period is at least 30 days from publication in ENB. So you should run this date out so that it's at least 30 days beyond when this document gets published in the ENB, however that time frame works. And then the next resolve relates to the public hearing.
Okay, so I'm told by Dave Church, Dave, you can weigh in, that we're gonna get this published on the ENB if it's approved this Wednesday. Or it's gonna be put up onto the system, and that's then published officially the following Wednesday. So this Wednesday is the 15th, that would make it April 22nd. So 30 days from April 22nd is May 22nd. So May 22nd is 30 days. Does May 22nd date have to go here? Or should it be just May 30th? So
I'd give you
May 30th?
Yeah.
All right, so
even whatever.
As well as
Whatever leeway you think is useful, but I wouldn't constrict yourself too much depending on how the email works and things like that, you know.
all right,
You need 30 days from publication.
all right, so I'm gonna do May 30th to give us plenty of time in case something gets fouled up. Okay, so I'm inserting the May 30th.
But I would also point out, and this is up to the board, in the next resolve, my intent was in drafting this, that the public hearing, which is an adjunct to both the ENB publication, it doesn't have to be, but I just viewed it that way. And also, to the extent the board wants to should have a public hearing after the determination of significance, which could be coming in a few minutes, that should be extended out to the next planning board meeting.
Okay,
To give the
so-
public a chance to speak at the next planning board meeting.
So the earliest that we could do this, given the 30 days and the fact that we don't have a May meeting, a second May meeting, is the meeting of June 11th or 8th? 8th, June 8th.
Then that last resolved, I would replace April 13th, 2026 with June 8th, if that's when the board's gonna continue the public hearing. And then if you want, I mean, I would use the same date for the public
Yeah.
comment period.
The lineup.
I don't think it.
Could you line them both?
Cut short. Second,
Could you align them both?
they typically would be in probably.
So let's change that May 30th to June 8th. Is that what you're suggesting? Okay.
Yeah.
So we're gonna make the May 30th, June 8th. And we're gonna make the date in that last resolve, instead of April 13th, June 8th. So let me read.
That gives the public functionally 2 months to comment.
So let me read this last resolve. Resolve that the public, we changed the May 30th to June 8th. Resolve that the public hearing on this application, which has been continued to the date hereof, shall be further continued to the board meeting on June 8th, and shall further afford the public the opportunity to comment on this draft conditional negative deck and the FEAF Part 3 attached here too. Now we go into further reasons in support of this determination. 1, the Telecommunications Act. The 1996 Telecommunications Act and related authorities, including case law, regulations, and administrative rulings, impose obligations on the planning board that do not apply to ordinary site plan application. Substantively, the TCA precludes the board from unreasonably discriminating among providers of functionally equivalent services and prohibiting or having the effect of prohibiting provision of wireless services. Procedurally, the TCA requires the board to rule on the application within a reasonable period of time, which the FCC has ruled is generally 150 days after the application is complete, often referenced as the TCA shutdown. The board's review of the proposal under seeker and the town code has lasted longer than the federally prescribed 150 days and is currently proceeding under extensions of the shot clock, which the applicant has renewed on a bi-monthly basis. 2, need for the facility. The board finds that there is a need for the proposed cell tower to remedy an existing gap in coverage in the vicinity of the site. The need for the facility and the gap was confirmed by the board's radio frequency consultant, Doug Fishman. However, in his review, Mr. Fishman noted that the gap could be remedied by a tower whose antenna are at a center line of 120 feet ACL, with the tower top at 125 feet above ground level, or AGL. The board adopts Mr. Fishman's findings as the minimum height necessary to close the coverage gaps. 3, the board's consultation with Matthew Allen, RLA. Due to the importance of visual impact in the seeker and site plan review of the project, as well as the detailed New York State DEC guidance for such reviews, the board retained Matthew Allen, RLA, of Saratoga Associates to consult and assist in the project. Mr. Allen has many years of experience in the conduct of visual impact reviews, including cell towers. Some of the residents objected that Mr. Allen had a conflict of interest that would destroy the board's ability to rely on his analysis and advice. On March 20th, 2026, their attorney submitted a letter augmenting, thank you, some of their allegations and demanding that the board disqualify Mr. Allen as its consultant and retain a substitute. The alleged conflict involves Mr. Allen's prior consultation with the applicant on an unrelated cell tower application and course of consultation up to the current time with a telecommunications siting company that the applicant works with. Mr. Allen's contributions to the board review is largely completed, and the board has the technical visual impact information it needs to make the instant determination of significance. To the extent that the complaint can be read to demand that the board discard Mr. Allen's consultation to date, the board makes the following findings and determinations. First, the attorney letter cites no state or local law or municipal code of ethics or case law that would disqualify a technical expert's contribution to a board as a result of that expert's prior consultation with the applicant or ongoing consultation with entities that cooperate with the applicant on projects elsewhere. nor is the board aware of any such requirements for disqualification. While Mr. Allen's consultation may raise concerns relating to the appearance of independence discussed in more detail below, the board notes that absent more professional consultants on technical matters are presumed to provide accurate information regardless of their outside engagement with industry on other applications. Technical consultants commonly work for a variety of clients, including private commercial entities, some of which are applicants before public agencies, as well as agencies themselves. Second, the board is conscious of the impact of the shot clock on its discretion to unilaterally extend its seeker site plan review of the project. The applicant has already indicated that for a variety of reasons that largely track those discussed here, it does not view the assertions against Mr. Allen's consultation with the board as a basis for extending the shot clock. Third, the board views Mr. Allen's advice on this application in two categories in considering public confidence in the review, considering the issues raised by counsel. By far the most significant is Mr. Allen's technical advice on reviewing the tectonic visual submittals, structuring the balloon test, generating the simulations, and related review procedures under New York State DEC guidance for visual impacts. The board finds that disregarding Mr. Allen's technical advice relating to these would be unnecessary and counterproductive to its review. Because of the shot clock, the board can then hire another consultant to start anew, and Mr. Allen's consultation has proven invaluable to the development of useful data for the board's review. Equally important, nothing in this recommendations indicates any bias in favor of the applicant. Instead, as discussed in the accompanying FEAF Part 3, his advice resulted in the applicant having to repeatedly revise its submittals to comply with his interpretation of industry standards. These revisions came at a considerable cost and time delay to the applicant, which belies the notion that Mr. Allen was impermissibly biased towards the application. Overall, the board is unaware of any substantial objection to Mr. Allen's technical contribution, except to the extent that the applicant unsuccessfully attempted to avoid reconfiguring the required data. Accordingly, the board finds no benefit for its review of the project and substantial detriment, including to residents concerned about the impact of the project, if it were to disqualify Mr. Allen's technical contribution on its visual impact review procedures. In certain instances, Mr. Allen offered opinions that merit an individualized discussion considering the public's concerns. Mr. Allen opined that state standards for seeker visual review focused on impact on inventory resources, generally officially recognize scenic vantage points and views. However, the board has determined that the impact on the affected neighborhood and quality of life required the conditions imposed here, in large part due to the proposed height and visual impact of the tower beyond the inventory resources. The board also required the reduction of height as mitigation of the impact to inventory resources in light of the tower's location in close proximity to the Shawangunk Bridge, contrary to Mr. Allen's advice. Solicited by the board over his initial reluctance to provide it, that no such mitigation was necessary. In each of these instances, the board has complied with the elemental seeker requirement that the lead agency be responsible for its own evaluation of prospective environmental impact rather than delegating such determination. 4.
Rick, before you jump to 4, there's one thought that I have on this in terms of adding something that was considered and discussed tonight that if you think it's useful, we can still put in. I think from everything that I've learned over the last week or two, one of the facts here that I think is very, very convincing in terms of defending Matt Allen's contribution to this, or at least really to put it negatively, blunting the criticism of him, is the fact that his firm gets between 1% and 3% of its revenue over the last 3 years from consultation with Homeland. The idea that he would have essentially altered his opinions that he was expressing to us in order to benefit the applicant in light of this particular financial, but even if they did turn around and fire him, which might be considered far-fetched anyway, but the idea that he would alter his opinion to try to save 1 to 3% of his firm's revenue, I think is a pretty significant fact here that would tend to back up the board's judgment. And I'm wondering whether the board thinks that that's worth inserting, because, and in particular, because the commenter's attorney asked us to develop that fact. And just wondering whether you guys think that that's worth putting in.
What do you think?
I think it's a bit of a distraction.
I would agree.
I agree.
It's also unsubstantiated, so.
That's
Yeah,
what, that's.
we
what
don't
I
have
was
his financials, we don't have his financials.
Just,
It's just based upon his,
Okay,
I mean, I take him at his word, but it's also.
fair enough.
I think it's completely represented otherwise.
Okay. Number 4, consideration of public submissions and photographs. The planning board encouraged the public's observation of the balloon test and the submittal of photographs taken during it. While all the photographs provided were reviewed and helpful in setting context and overall analysis, as noted in the FEAF, their essential purposes was ground truthing the locations from which the balloon would be visible, rather than implicitly simulating the severity of the tower's impact on affected views. Additionally, the utility of the majority of the photos was further limited for visual impact analysis for several technical reasons. First, absence of verifiable metadata. Many of the submitted photographs did not include reliable metadata establishing the precise location, orientation, focal length, or other relevant camera settings used. Without such information, it was not possible to confirm whether the images accurately represented the human eye perspective from the stated vantage point. Second, use of excessive zoom or telephoto lenses. Several photographs appear to have been taken using significant telephoto zoom. Telephoto compression and magnification materially distort apparent scale and distance, enlarging distant objects and altering spatial relationships. Such images do not reflect normal human visual perception, generally 50 millimeter in focal length, and therefore cannot be relied upon to assess real-world visual impact. For example, some of the photographs appear to have been taken at a focal length of approximately 400 millimeters. Photographs taken under such conditions do not accurately represent the perspective of the human eye, period. A photograph taken at 400 millimeters greatly exaggerates the subject's perspective and misrepresents the overall effect. Third, lack of technical analysis. No professional visual assessment, GIS analysis, or other expert report was submitted to rebut the applicant's visual resource evaluation or the planning board's professionally prepared analyses. There was no submittal that demonstrated a significant adverse environmental impact that would not be mitigated by the conditions herein. Despite these concerns, as noted above, the board considered the photos from the public on an individual basis, particularly where they credibly confirmed the visibility of the balloons from an identifiable vantage point. And 5, zoning concern.
Before you move on, the very first sentence of item 4, I recall that we provided guidance to the public when taking photos. And I think it might be useful to reference that here. Because we're talking about why we couldn't use the photos, but we don't say, we gave them, we said it needs to meet these criteria, so it might be helpful to add that.
How about this, Jane? Just after the word "it," right at the end of the sentence, comma, and provided guidance to do so.
Yes,
Okay,
something simple like that.
That's good. That's perfect.
Okay, so did you get that right?
It was here taken during it,
Comma,
and provided.
and provided guidance to do so.
It's a good call.
Thank you, Chairman. Number 5, which we read before, Peter, I read this too, but I'm going to read it again. Zoning concern. One commentator raised concerns relating to the project's compliance with the underlying zoning, in particular, adding the structure to a parcel already built out with residences. Under state law, the planning board does not have authority to interpret the zoning code to determine whether a project complies with the underlying zoning. Instead, this jurisdiction is vested with the code enforcement officer and the CBA on appeals from the CEO determination. And then we go on page 6, 7, and 8. Nine and 10, 8 and 9 to list the 25 conditions that had been previously listed in the FEAF under each one of the items.
I have a question, were these copy pasted? So they're the exact same language, or is the language different?
They are the same exact language.
Okay.
And just so everybody knows, this is the core of the CND. The reason why we do a CND is because this allows the board to impose conditions that the applicant may or may not agree with. And obviously, the most fundamental one was the height. Scott has indicated that his client didn't particularly want to agree with that. And I think it was something that was central to the board's analysis, and we should be understanding of that. And that's why we've taken this step that's obviously very unusual to do a condition negative declaration. That's this board's vision of what should be built and not necessarily the applicant's.
Rick, on item 14, there's a clause that was dropped, the words are not the same, can I point that out to you? If you look at the FEAF Part 3, item 14.
Yeah, Larry, when Jen asked that question, I immediately went to, it was copy and pasted. I'm not sure I can actually attest to that, because I didn't do it myself.
I compared them, and I was going to suggest, if I may, that the words in the resolution, item 14, says reduction of maximum height. Now, actually, in both of them, the words at any and all times should be added because they're in the text of Part 3. So that it says reduction of maximum height at the top of the tower antennas. The text of the FEAF actually says at any and all times 225 feet. I don't think that'll be controversial for anyone.
You said
So there
That
is-
shows you, Rick?
Okay, so I have it in the FEAF on page 14, and I have number 14 in the CND on page 8. That's what you're referring to, Larry?
It should read reduction of maximum height of the top of the tower antennas, comma, at any and all times, comma, to 125.
Yeah, they are different. And
That's
that-
an interesting catch. And because what that implies is, and this gets back to what we were talking about before. If it gets above 125 feet, say if AT&T wants to come in and raise that, that would violate the CND.
Right.
And therefore, it would give us an argument to require an environmental impact statement. Again, I think that industry might have a counter argument, but it certainly gives us another arrow in that quiver to have that argument over what the board's jurisdiction is to regulate and perhaps even to do an EIS on the expansion of the tower. And that's what that means. So it's an indication that the conditions here survive this particular, to the extent that it can, survive this particular motion, this particular resolution. That's our finding. And so it gives industry something else to answer for if they try to go above 125.
So the one that should be in the CND.
Adding that phrase at any and all times, I think that's what Larry's saying.
It's not in the CND, so it has to be added to the CND.
And the CND is actually the more controlling document here in terms of the conditions.
So do we need to verify that all the language is identical?
Well, what I'm wondering is if that was a mistake made here in translating from the FEAF to the CND, and that happened with this item, is it the case with any other items?
We should check.
They will have to be exact, correct?
No. The FEAF is our findings, the CND is our conditions, but if they're different, we'll have some explaining to do. If it's important, we have some explaining to do, but the CND are the conditions that will ultimately be in the site plan approval. The FEAF is our findings.
Rick,
But yeah, they should be.
do you have a printed out version of the FEAF there?
I have it right here.
Yeah, so why don't we read through the CND and David can verify.
Well, you know what? In addition to that, there were 25. I'm even concerned that we have the right number.
Let's just make
There's
sure.
25 items in the CND. Peter, why don't you confirm with me? Let's go back to the FEAF. Page 8. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. items on page 8. Flipping now to page in the FEAF
I'm
again.
trying to get to the document on a different page.
I'm flipping to page 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 items there. Page 15, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items there.
22.
And 1, 2 items. So that's 24. And there's 25 here. Let's go through each one. Starting with page 8 on the FEAF.
Yeah, have trouble getting it up here.
I have it open.
You have it up, Jim? All right, so work with me here.
You want me to read a little bit?
Why don't you read, what do you have up, the FEAF?
I think it's the right one, draft FEAF part 3 for meeting of 4/30/26.
Yes.
Right,
Right.
so you read the items starting there on page 8.
Sure. No external lights shall be placed on the proposed tower or antenna to avoid attracting animals, including birds.
Okay,
Next. There'll be anti-nesting design measures taken to discourage potential bird nesting on the proposed facility.
right,
All groundwork, including tree cutting, will follow New York State DEC protocols for construction activities within the potential habitat of northern long-eared bat and Indiana bat.
right,
Land disturbance will be minimized to the smallest area necessary to complete the equipment compound and erect the proposed tower. This area shall be mapped and field delineated in advance as the maximum area of disturbance.
okay,
All tree removal will follow protocols as set by New York State Department of Environmental Conservation for relevant food species.
okay,
The area of ground disturbance will be surveyed by an ecology or related expert prior to construction to provide the town with recommendations for any species or.
yep,
Construction activity will be monitored in the field by a qualified professional or by staff person chosen by the town in cooperation with the town code enforcement officer.
yep,
Any planning for landscaping will use native species chosen in advance and approved by the town planning board.
yep,
In the event the applicant identifies any purple wild bergamot in the project area, it should be required to carefully remove and plant it on other areas of the property.
yep.
Well, it says replanted. Is that what it says?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Submission of as-built drawing to be reviewed and approved by town code enforcement officer with the town engineer.
Yep.
That's it for that section.
Okay, so now go to question
So aesthetics.
number next, which is aesthetics. On page
14.
14.
Oh.
Right, we can- Go ahead, Jen.
I have it, oh, that's different, okay. Required use of stealth design, quote, monopine, unquote, to camouflage the tower.
Yep.
No exterior lighting. Use of non-reflective tower and.
Wait,
Hang on, there's no exterior lighting except this may be required to meet FAA requirements, but there are no FAA requirements. Right, for that.
so that's gotta come out of the,
And
No
there's gonna
exterior.
be, I've said this a number of times, there will be a light on the ground equipment. So I just wanna make sure that there's no discrepancy. We have a light on. It's not gonna be on the tower. If they have to come there during dark hours, they flip the switch. And it's on a timer, so it automatically goes off in, I don't know, 60 minutes or so. Just in
Alright.
case they forget to turn.
No
it off.
exterior lighting
So-
on the tower with the exception of the,
Yeah.
FAA requirements.
Which are on,
no, but the.
which are on the plan. It's gonna be on the
Yeah.
H-frame basically or.
okay, but the issue is the FEAF has just no exterior lighting. The CND says it, no exterior lighting except as may be required to meet the FAA regulations.
And Scott has a third version,
Yeah.
which is no exterior lighting except for ground mounted
There's
lighting.
work light.
Yeah, just a work light for the technicians. There are no FAA requirements for lighting on this. We've given you that information,
Right.
so.
Okay, so I'm crossing that out. And we can deal with that actually. I don't know, we can, in the site plan.
Well, yeah, but you don't want to have a condition in the C and D that you have to work around in the site plan. You want to,
Okay.
you want to get it straight. So what's the language? No exterior lighting except as may be required for,
Except it's a light that's in the plans, per the specs. I think it's a 25 watt light, or whatever it is, it's there. So that'll be mounted basically on a portion of the ground equipment.
so except
Not
ground
power.
mount, except ground mounted, a ground mounted light.
Sure,
as specified in the site.
The
plan.
site plans.
So I believe this condition was trying to get at. Light at the top.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right?
I completely agree, I just. If this gets approved, then we put a light down there, I don't want someone to come up with light.
So I'm changing it to say no,
Require environmental impact statement.
I'm changing it to say no exterior on both documents, no exterior exterior lighting except ground mounted lights.
On a timer, I mean, we think we should.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Ground mounted lights on a
Except
timer.
one ground mounted
Is the,
light.
is the timer gonna be specified as, we can do that as part of the site plan approval.
One,
It's
is it one light, Scott?
one light.
So one ground mounted light on a timer.
Except a ground mounted light
Mm-hmm.
as specified in the site plan approval. Or to be specified in the site plan approval.
I'm sorry, but when you get, it's up to you, but your number 11 about the stealth tower, Monopine. Do you wanna put a limit in there about? Because I think you had that conversation the last time, whether it was 125 total. Because I think there's some inconsistency between number 11 and you didn't get to number 14 yet, but you can decide that.
Yeah, it needs to be either in 11 or 14. to
Okay.
be-
Well,
That we're not putting the cone on the top?
Well, just whether it's, the two designations as to whether it's to the center line or to the very top.
Let's wait till we get to 14 then.
Yeah.
So just so everyone knows, I have bullets, so when you talk about numbers, I have no idea what's going on.
Right, I have bullets too.
Ah,
This will get Steve.
All right, so I made the adjustment on both documents. Go ahead, use of non-reflective.
Use of non-reflective tower and equipment colors to blend into background.
Yep.
Reduction of maximum height of tower at any and all times. But we did this one already, right? To 125 feet above ground level. The minimum needed to meet telecommunications user demand. Based on independent advice from the town's telecommunications technical expert.
It's different, one
It's a little,
reduction
It's like different.
the top of the tower
That's alliterative.
Rick, one of them says reduction of maximum height of the top of the tower antennas. That's in the CNT, but the FEAF says reduction of maximum height of tower. So,
At any and all times.
right, there's not at the top of the tower antennas. That's what I was trying to get
The
at.
top of tower antennas is correct.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
should be.
Yeah, so don't cross that out, leave it, but put it back. That's correct. Now you
It
need
has to
that.
be put into the FEAF.
This is not correct.
And leave it at any and all, as Larry pointed out before, at any and all times is useful because it'll project into the future and will help us, it could help us if somebody else comes along. So use both phrases.
In both places.
I have that,
You got it?
I have that.
All right.
Okay.
Ready?
Yes.
Screening of equipment compound from Granite Road, from nearby apartment complex, and from all nearby residential structures using native vegetation as well as fencing.
Yes.
Submission of as-built drawings and landscaping plans be reviewed and approved by town code enforcement officer with town engineer.
Yes.
Post-construction inspection by code enforcement officer at a time period suitable to ensure corrective measures will be taken to replace any screening or plantings necessary.
a little bit different there.
That's different. So what we don't have in here. At a time period suitable. To ensure,
Corrective measures.
At a time period suitable, is what we need to. add.
okay,
Okay, the next, this goes into noise.
keep going. Nope, I'm sorry, right there, down here in the bottom. Go ahead.
Ready?
Yep.
A dark clapboard style enclosure of an area surrounding any generator should be constructed of sound mitigation materials with additional native planting screening set with site plan approval. All generator exhaust shall be directed away from the nearby apartment complex.
There was a
That's
difference in 18.
Yep,
Yeah.
it just dropped off, set with. Site plan approval. All generator exhaust. Oh, you know what?
There's your extra one.
That became number 19.
That's what
You
happened.
broke it out?
That's what happened. So we're gonna cross out 19, and that's why we might have been short. I'm crossing out 19. And this will go to the end of this line. And then we're good,
Yeah,
okay? So the
So
next one,
What's the language? Let's just read it again.
so the language should be, a dog clapboard should all be one, 18 and 19 should be combined.
Right.
And it should say a dog clapboard style enclosure of an area surrounding any generator should be constructed of sound mitigation materials with additional native plant screening set with site plan approval. All generator exhaust shall be directed away from the nearby apartment complex.
Okay, the
That's
difference
different.
is that there's the way you read it, just surrounds the generator. In the CMD, it says the entire 50 by 50 foot compound.
Yes,
Which I think is preferable.
yep.
Yeah.
So in the FEAF,
wait, hold on, if that is intended for noise mitigation. The intent of that is for noise mitigation?
in noise mitigation, in the FEAF. I think the last time we talked, it should have said a dog clapboard style enclosure of an area. Of entire 50 by 50 foot compound.
I thought we talked about. The enclosure should be around the generator, not,
No, I think they changed their mind.
you know.
Like,
Okay.
I think there was concern about like means and methods accessing generator, but.
And I think my client after the fact said it was probably, I just wasn't sure here, but.
So the way I have it, a dog clapboard style enclosure. Of the entire 50 by 50 foot compound should be constructed of sound mitigation material,
Additional native plant, yeah.
okay?
Does that make sense, Greg?
That's what the board wants. I mean, it's. When you get into sound mitigation, it's typically. Better to have it closer to the source.
I think the meeting that we had last time.
Right.
That you missed.
Yeah.
We went the other way.
Yeah.
And said we weren't going to have, because of the possibility of co-location. We weren't gonna have individual little containments around each of the generators, if that's the way it's gonna go. It would be better to have it around the entire 50 by 50. Okay. So that's the way it reads. 19 is now in the C and D has been collapsed into 18. Go ahead, Jen.
Additional sound mitigation may be required if there are co-locators.
Yes,
Next, time of day of generator bi-weekly testing shall be between 9 AM and 5 PM.
yes,
Post-construction sound testing with corrective measures required if determined by the town code enforcement officer with town engineer.
yes.
Additional similar sound mitigation will be required for any additional generators for sound producing equipment installed on site.
It's a little different.
On site due to
It's a little
co-location.
different. Yeah.
Read it again.
Additional similar sound mitigation.
Similar is not contained in the CN.
Well, but can I just clarify, that since we're not doing, I think this one actually goes away because we're doing the entire thing, so you can still leave it.
So take out the word similar in
No, you
the,
just delete the whole bullet,
bullet,
whole item.
That whole bullet goes away, because if you're doing the whole enclosure, you don't need to account for additional.
Right.
all right, so in the
or additional
FEAF,
generator being the whole enclosure.
Right.
the last bullet comes out altogether.
Yep,
And in the CMD, it also comes out.
Because earlier it says additional sound mitigation may be required for co-locators.
Okay. Go ahead, Jen.
sweet character, so 2 here. Screening of equipment compound from Granite Road and lower portion of tower from nearby apartment complex and from all nearby residential structures using native vegetation and fencing.
Hold on.
Is different.
That's
It's
different.
different.
The CMD says using whatever methods needed, including but not limited to native vegetation, fencing or other methods.
I like that one better.
Yeah.
So which one do we want to use? The one for the
CMD.
Change this one.
Change that one. Okay.
Ready?
Yep.
Last one. Submission of as-built drawings and landscaping plan to be reviewed by town code enforcement officer and town planning board for any corrective measures. Replacement of any screening and plantings found damaged or ineffective within 6 months and 6-month and 12-month intervals from initial construction or plan.
There's a typo.
Yeah. Intervals.
Yeah.
As a-
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we do have a total of 23. Because we condensed one and we got rid of one.
Okay.
So we have 23.
All right, so just,
I'm sorry, did you ever address the top of tower or the height?
Yeah, we're
Stealth,
That's maximum. height.
maximum height? Is that, okay, is that antennas though? I just,
Well,
we'll make sure you're all,
we have both the antennas and the maximum height at 125, which means that we're not in the cone,
as long as you're clear.
right?
We're doing the flat top.
That's my understanding, what you decided, I just wanna make sure it's clear.
Yeah, 125
So-
AGL and 120
Yep.
ACL.
Yeah, no, that was my understanding.
And you know what, Scott, we can write a whole story in the site plan approval, it'll be completely consistent with this, if you want to, we can.
No, I'm just trying to, I don't wanna.
It's-
Maybe go longer, I just wanna make sure.
And
it's
if
clear.
there's any doubt, we'll put it in site plan approval.
Okay.
Okay. So what's in order now is to ask for a vote?
Yeah, but I want to just make clear to the board what they're voting on. You're voting on a declaration of significance here that's not really a neg deck, and it's certainly not a positive deck. It is the condition negative declaration with conditions that we just read. Those conditions are conditions on not doing an environmental impact statement and not doing a positive deck. Most of these conditions, all of them probably and more, will be also in the site plan approval. You're also voting on all the findings in the EAF, the whole down of them in one shot. You're also voting on the additional findings in the resolution where we say further reasons for supporting the application, and you're voting on these conditions. That is the entirety of what you're doing here. So that's it. Take a roll call. Make a motion.
We ready?
I'll entertain a motion to approve the
CMD.
CND.
No, so they asked you.
And you're also setting a public you're extending the public hearing and extending the public comment period as we said in the results.
That's part of the CND.
That's all part of the CMD.
You made the motion, Jen,
I'll second it.
Helena. All in favor?
I,
Anybody opposed? Chair votes aye.
And there's only 6.
Yes. Okay, so the next time that we'll sit around the table talking about this is June 8th.
June 8th.
If it gets published sometime.
Yeah.
Well, it'll get published by me.
No, the rule is, the DEC says if you get it in by close of business on Wednesday, it goes in the next Wednesday.
May 8th is in a month.
I'm just thinking, who knows what happens in all,
Do we, before we,
if it's not in the EMV,
we have one more thing.
They have 3 weeks to squeeze it in.
We have
30 days from.
This is how I've always done it. It's always been fine.
We've given ourselves a pretty good cushion.
Yeah.
do we need to? Well, we're not finished.
Oh, we're not.
Okay,
doing
we're
this.
not finished.
Are you,
I'm gonna pass them out.
Okay. We're not,
talking to Stacy?
Dave, I don't think we're finished yet because There's a provision in 617 dot 12. That a provision for public notice to be published in the newspaper about what we just did tonight.
Right.
That has to go in when relative to,
Let me see if I still have power to look it up.
We don't have any on the minutes.
I'll let Stacy's handing something
Oh,
out.
I don't,
Wrong.
what is it's the Shangam Journal, right?
Yeah.
What's their rules?
We have to get it to them by Tuesday, it's publication on a Friday.
Tuesday, tomorrow.
But let's see what the rules are as far as what we have to publish.
I think it says you just have to publish it.
It says, a notice of hearing must be published at least 14 days in advance of the hearing date in a newspaper of general circulation in the area of the potential impacts of the action. So we gotta publish at least 14 days in advance, so pick a date.
Got plenty of time.
You
We
got
can
plenty
do
of
it,
time.
we can do it in early May. At the May 8th meeting. Because if we don't
May
do this,
11th.
if we don't do this until June,
It's up to you. I just lost power, so we'll.
Oh, it's May 11th.
Lower it.
No internet, no power.
Yeah, May 11th, not May.
Soon the lights will go off.
Signal. Need a better battery there.
does anybody want to retire?
See you June the 8th.
If not sooner.
June 8th.
Does anybody want to go into a client attorney session?
Well, the attorney doesn't.
To talk about why Rav don't
Oh,
We'll figure it out.
want to, but.
For 3.5 minutes.
I could do it in
Yeah,
3.5 minutes.
Okay, 3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, with me.
Yeah, with you, you have to stay.
We have to vote to adjourn.
Right, so
Motion.
I second.
Mia, would you close the door? Larry, would you close the door when you leave? Thank you.
I second the motion to adjourn.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Do you not
I-
wanna do that?
I also make a motion to enter the 5-minute discussion. Roughly.
Yes.
I make a
Okay.
motion to start time.
Yes.
I don't know.
O'clock.
I'm hanging around Gordon too long. I don't know if I can do anything in 5 minutes or less.
I do the German things.
Do you not wanna do that then?
Who's
I think
talking
Bill's
about
good with
this?
me if we do this.
Yeah.
Did anybody?
Very
well.
Bye.
What is that? Is there a motion?
What is it?
Establishing limited free application consent. Oh, this is the town board's law?
Did anybody get a chance to read them?
I didn't get to send it
He
to
didn't,
anybody.
he didn't
Okay,
see.
so we can do it tonight.
Alright,
Okay, so what happened with Rav?
wait. You're still live.
No, take it off.